Welcome to the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, January 28th. This is the study session before the Board of Education meeting. Present are all members of the Board of Education: Brian Barnett, Nikki George, Bryce Denford, Aaron Barrow, Daryl Robinson, Suzanne Wood, and Lisa Dean. And we also have our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, Dr. Michael Anderson, our associate superintendent, our business administrator, John Larson, and our board attorney, Paul Van Komen. We will start out tonight's meeting with a review of open meeting law training, and turn the time over to Mr. Van Komen.
Thank you. I put up on board docs for you the most recent version of the Utah School Boards Association Open and Public Meetings Guide. That'll change every year after the legislative session, but often those changes don't go into effect until the end of May anyway. So this is there's the most current version for you on that. That's a PDF. If you have any problems, you're welcome to ask me for a copy. What I wanted to do was just sort of go over the major changes that impact this Board of Education from last year. Up on the screen, you'll see this is section 52.4.103, and I've redlined it, the changes from last year. There's some changes to the anchor location, which effectively doesn't really matter because we've been dealing with the anchor location properly. We don't need to worry about the Capitol Hill complex. There's been some slight modifications to the definition of electronic meeting. Again, as far as this board is concerned, you've already been complying. But as we get down, there have been some major changes to the definition section in meeting. And there's a new definition for what is a meeting. As you can see, what's been crossed out is now changed to a meeting means a gathering of a public body or specified body with a quorum present and that is convened by an individual with authority to convene the public body or specified body and following the process provided by law for convening the public body or specified body, and this is important, for the express purpose of acting as a public body or specified body to receive public comment about a relevant matter, deliberate about a relevant matter, or take action upon a relevant matter. So that's sort of the consideration to be thinking about, what constitutes a meeting. Obviously, there's always some ambiguity. Everybody can still make arguments on what specific things mean. But I think again, if you're going to be receiving public comment about a relevant matter, deliberate or take action, and maybe the more expansive part is that receive public comment. It's a little bit broader than before. As you can see, they've stricken out the old definition of meeting. They've just cleaned up a few of the other things in the definition section. Quorum has been defined. They took out a portion of that, so now it's just strictly a simple majority of the membership of the public body. And then relevant matter. This is defined in this new section or newer section. Relevant matter means a matter that is within the scope of the authority of a public body or specified body. Pretty broad. Relevant matter does not include for a public body with both executive and legislative responsibilities, and that would be a Board of Education. You have both executive and legislative responsibilities, a managerial or operational matter. So that's still kind of, there may be sometimes where you can do something that's strictly managerial or operational, and that you wouldn't have to convene a meeting under the Open and Public Meetings Act. There were some other changes, but the other section, just section 4207, just modified electronic meetings slightly. Again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because this doesn't really affect what you've been doing. There are lots of permissive things that you can do. These aren't mandatory, so you've already got a policy in place that you don't really need to deal with some of these. But they're down at the bottom. They did take off this number 9, formerly, where except for a unanimous vote, a public body that is conducting an electronic meeting shall take all votes by roll call. Now, they've expanded the definition of electronic meeting so that it now includes if anybody is participating electronically. So it makes sense that it used to be that it was strictly an electronic meeting. But then also this is a new change in section 4208, predetermining public body action prohibited. Again, this emphasizes that you're not supposed to meet outside of a meeting when you're dealing with this. And this says individuals constituting a quorum of a public body may not act together outside a meeting in a concerted and deliberate way to predetermine an action to be taken by the public body at a meeting on a relevant matter. And you've seen, we've talked about those definitions. Then subsection 2 doesn't apply necessarily in the context of this board. So,
Paul,
yes.
on that one, let me make sure I understand it. If a majority of this body, if 4 of us got together privately to discuss an upcoming agenda item and how we would like that to be voted on, is that an example of what this is talking about?
If you're together as a quorum, I think that that's what this is directed towards.
Yeah. But if I wanted to talk
Individually?
if I wanted to get, I could talk
You're
to
fine.
3 or 2 at a time. Okay.
Correct. So with that, we will go through an abbreviated, updated version. We've been through this before, where the statutes are codified. And I know we have some new board members, and I'm happy to do anything with them offline to save everybody's time. Most of it is if you just work through the handbook, it's pretty straightforward. When does it apply? It applies to meetings of a public body, your public body, about matters within your jurisdiction. And so when you determine it, obviously the open meetings applies to a public body and your meetings. So what's a meeting? We went over this. So you can see that it's now changed. I don't have to reread it for you. But I think it's key: receive, deliberate about, or act upon. So it's not just the acting or deliberating, it's also to receive information. And that's one that's a little bit tricky, right? Because lots of people want to talk to you. If there's tangential, if you're somewhere where you're not meeting to conduct business and somebody comes up to you, there happens to be a quorum there and they talk about it, I think that may be outside the express purpose, so you'd be okay. But obviously we don't want to go too far with that. And the relevant matter,
On that one. So the example that's coming to mind is if we were to have like a informational town hall type thing. We go to, it's not organized by the board president who has the authority to convene a board meeting, but there are 4 people there and people are giving comment.
I think if you're all off on your own, outside of a quorum, receiving comments so that it's not a quorum receiving the same comment at a time, I think it can be structured so that you can do it.
But we
You just
couldn't
have to
all
be
sit
careful
in-
to have like a sit down.
Aren't they usually noticed anyway, like a town hall that the 4 board members would be at?
Yes, we've been very careful
So-
about it. I just wanted to ask specifically about if it's convened by an individual who has authority to convene.
Right, but again, just because you don't convene it, you still may
I
run
attend, like, a
amok if
school's
you're
event.
actually doing what you should be doing in a meeting. So
Okay.
I wouldn't rely just on that, but yes, but those are good points. And like I say, I think it's fact sensitive. If you're in a town hall and everybody's sort of off, or 3 of you are in one place and another, it's not a quorum that's receiving the information from them. The challenge with having a meeting, of course, is that then you're supposed to keep the minutes and do the notice and those sorts of things. I've sort of skipped over the meeting requirements just in the interest of time tonight. John does such a good job of keeping the minutes. He hasn't had any problem that I've seen. So, well, he's in charge, so. Nah. And again, a quorum is a simple majority of your membership. Now, when you vote, it's based on the quorum that's present, but in order to be a quorum, it has to be a majority. So if there are 5 of you, then you're a quorum, but then it would be 3 of the 5 could vote on something, and it would still be appropriate to take action. So the requirements for an proper open meeting are you give proper notice, you meet at the proper place, and again, this is very review for some of your more experienced board members. You act within the scope of your noticed agenda, and you keep the proper records. That's why the scope of the notice agenda is important, because that's where you're not supposed to take action on something that's not adequately noticed. And then, of course, in the case of an emergency, if there's an unforeseen circumstance that makes it necessary for you to have an emergency or conduct urgent matters, you give the best practicable notice that you can give.
Like that big emergency at the bottom.
Yeah. So, and again, you can have administrative emergencies or something that happens. You do the best you can. And then a majority of the board does have to authorize the meeting after an attempt has been made to reach each board member. If you can't reach a majority to authorize it, technically you're not supposed to call an emergency meeting.
So theoretically, there's an earthquake, and 4 of us die. They cannot call a meeting.
Theoretically, if that happens, I think you do what you're gonna do and let it play out.
For those listening, it doesn't normally get this dark in board meeting until about 7:30. So,
Won't even mention what Daryl was talking about
I'm the
before
one
meeting.
living.
Acting within the scope of the notice, we hinted at that. You must include for the agenda. It must be reasonably specific. Now, that doesn't mean a specific outcome necessarily, but it's supposed to be enough so the public can know what you're going to be doing. The topics. It can be fairly broad too. It's just reasonably specific, and you can take final action only on a topic that's included in the agenda. So when patrons come and comment, or you hear something raised, the reason we don't take any action is because it's not noticed on the agenda. It's not because you don't necessarily have authority to take action. It's just, it would violate the Open and Public Meetings Act. So, and that's what I just said. So, sorry. Okay, so what about public participation?
Will you go
Again,
back? Will you go back to that last slide? If a member of the public raises it, this is the last bullet point.
Yep.
Which is not on the agenda, the presiding board member may allow discussion of the matter, but no final action may be taken of the topic or on the topic. Is that the approach we've taken, or just that we don't? It seems like we say we don't comment on anything that the public comments on.
Yeah,
But we can discuss it, right?
under the Open Meetings Act, it's not prevented under the Open Meetings Act. It's sort of your policy. You're right. It's not that you can't make a comment on it. It's you can't take action on it.
That's up to the presiding board
may allow
member.
it.
Or, yeah,
Yeah.
President George. Yeah, okay.
It has been, though. Right in the message that we share at the beginning of public comment, we say the board does not discuss the issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. So that would be going out of our practice. But it's happened a time or two where people have had questions, and the president has allowed a little discussion. It's rare, though.
Yeah, I think I was just under the impression that we can't, but we can.
Not
if the-
under the Open and Public Meetings Act. So
I think it's stated on the agenda that you don't, but what we don't want is for people to think that your non-response is a response.
and then again, there's a difference between an open meeting, which most board meetings are, and there are certain other situations where public has a right to make reasonable comment. For example, a public hearing, if you have a hearing, or truth in taxation, those sorts of things, you have to open up for public comment for a reasonable amount of time and take as much of it as there is. So there's not an absolute right for participation. Now that's been broadened in recent years, where we are supposed to have a public comment portion in meetings that are not work sessions or emergency meetings. And then school boards are required to allow a reasonable opportunity for the public comment on matters that relate to the board's authority at each open meeting. Now, again, you have control as to when that is. I think where you've got it, I think there was some movement. I think it works better. It's not as disruptive. Sometimes having public comment right away can keep people here that maybe don't need to stay for it. Anyway, it's not a specified time under it. You just have to have it.
Okay, sorry, so many questions. But on the public hearings, we have to hear from anybody who wants to speak, but it's okay to limit the time so that we can keep it in a reasonable time frame. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, you still have control. You don't have to let people talk forever. You can set time limits. You could have an outside limit. This board has just chosen to go as long as it takes.
And so at our open meetings, we do not have to take public comment. It's just at the public hearings
no.
that we take
Well,
public comment.
there is now Utah law that says you have to have a portion of your open meeting.
Okay, so
where you do
now
receive
every
public
open,
comment.
open meeting, the public body has to.
And again, it relates to matters that are within your authority. So technically, you don't have to open it up for something that you have no authority over. You know, if it's a state matter or national matter, it's not just a forum where somebody can come up and talk about religion. I mean, we don't have those problems, but it's not. You're not opening it up. It's based on your authority to take actions. And then people do have a right to make recordings as long as they don't interfere. So just be aware of that.
The board has at times said you have to sign up by a certain time to be able to speak. So sometimes it's just been whenever you show up, you can speak. But then what we found is, oh, well, even if we don't have people show up, we're going to have to wait till a certain time. Anyway, so
Now, you
there are
can set
different
it
ways
on
you
the
can
agenda.
structure it.
Right.
Yeah.
You can structure it. Proper close meeting requirements. You have to start in a properly noticed open meeting. Again, that can be an emergency meeting. If necessary, there has to be authorization for the closed meeting. You have to hold the closed meeting for one or more of typically there are 7 permitted purposes. And then you have to keep the required records or documentation of the closed meeting. There are some circumstances where you don't have to take minutes or make a recording. So to authorize a closed meeting, the board must first be in the open meeting. Then you have to have a successful motion to hold a closed meeting, and that requires at least a 2/3 vote of the board members present. That's not typically a problem here, but if 2/3 don't want to go into closed session, you can't go into closed session. Again, just because something is permitted in a closed meeting, it doesn't mean you have to. But so you announce in the in the open meeting, the purpose, the reason or reasons for holding the closed meeting. And again, you don't have to get into super specifics. The location where it'll be held, technically, I mean, if you're going to go somewhere else, like you would have to say that, but we're in the same location typically, or in the same place. And then a roll call vote for each board member. And that's also included in the minutes. So the permitted closed meeting purposes, again, they're typically 7, and I've listed the 8th at the end of this, but discussion of the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual. Again, this is any individual. Doesn't have to be an employee, doesn't have to be a student. I think the board is good now. They understand the scope of this. But as you all learned, the board may not in a closed session interview anyone to discuss applicants for the filling of a vacancy of the board. So strategy sessions to discuss collective bargaining. So that's why it's important to have the strategy session. And that may change, apparently. Who knows? Strategy sessions to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Again, this isn't just any legal issue. It's a little bit more narrow than that. Strategy sessions to discuss real estate purchase, exchange, or lease if discussion will reveal the value of the property or prevent the board from obtaining the best possible terms. Again, it's important that we focus on that latter half too. And then we stay on topic for that. And then strategy sessions to discuss real estate sale if it will reveal here. So usually when we're going into closed session, it's purchase, exchange, or lease. But when we're selling it too, we just don't sell property as often, so we're not going into closed session as much for that. And then discussions regarding deployment of security, personnel, devices, or systems. And again, you don't have to go in, but it's often wise. I know sometimes there are some things that maybe you want to disclose. But I think if you want to disclose something after you're in closed session for that, I think you need to be kind of clear so that you don't, so you know the scope of, okay, we've had a closed discussion. What is somebody authorized to talk about? And then certain confidential procurement functions, which typically we don't do. And then you can, under certain, if you're investigating criminal conduct, but this doesn't come up, and if it does, you'll be advised on it. So this is the training link that the state auditor has. I'm not sure if did they commit to do this now as one of those things, or okay, but this is their training course. It's a simple online training course. It's not as specific to a school board. Anyway, unless there are other questions, again, I'm happy to do more training as the executive committee sees fit with anyone or groups. We can ask or go into more detail.
How long have these, the changes that you listed at the beginning, how long have those been in effect?
Since May.
Can you send us the red line version of the changes?
I can do that.
I'm wondering why we have this review in January instead of in June, for example, when all the new stuff comes out. I mean, we've been potentially out of compliance for 6, 7, 8 months, right? Maybe.
Well, we try, for one thing, is we do monitor it and keep you in compliance. But yes, it could be an issue. We've typically just done it because we have new board members. It's the timing when they come on. We don't want to wait so that they don't have any training, but there's a requirement we do it once a year.
The requirement doesn't have a deadline. It's just at some point during each calendar year.
Correct.
And you'll keep us in line.
I try to, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, my firm, we actually are the ones that prepare the Utah School Boards Association booklet that goes out. We monitor it very, very closely.
And we can add another training in June if we want to. But to put that in place instead
If you're
of January.
antsy for more meetings, we can provide more meetings.
But
That's
we
for
are
sure.
we are under Paul's watchful eye at all times.
We're grateful for it. Thank you. All right, any other questions? Okay, let's move on to item B, a review of Robert's Rules of Order. Mr. Bryston.
Thank you. According to GP 106, the duties of the first vice president, one of my chief responsibilities is to serve as parliamentarian for the board and accept responsibilities as designated by the president to ensure fair, open, and inclusive deliberations by all board members and board adherence to accepted Robert's Rules of Order. I remind the board that we can change any rule, we can change our bylaws, we can change our policies, but until we do so, we are required to follow them, and our policy says that this board needs to follow Robert's Rules of Order. So I requested a little review. I want you to know I've read through all of them, 633 pages since I was appointed as parliamentarian. It is stunning reading if you want to pick it up. I will admit I skimmed over the portions that aren't necessarily applicable to us. My worry, there is a provision in Robert's Rules of Order that they make 7 allowances for small boards. A small board is considered anything 12 or less, and we are a small board, and there are 7 allowances. My worry, though, is because we know that small boards have some exceptions to the rule, we have a tendency to be a little sloppy and assume we have allowance in every area. And that's not necessarily true. Robert's Rule says here are the 7 areas where small boards can make an exception to the standard procedure. So what I'd love to do is just kind of give you a crash course on Robert's Rules of Order, on how we should proceed. I want to begin, I'm going to read as much as I possibly can so that you can hear it coming right from Robert's Rules of Order. I'm going to read a few portions of it.
It'll be a long meeting.
Portions is good.
Just so you can kind of hear the official language. This is the official version. This is the 12th edition. They are up to 12 editions. But I want to begin here. Business is brought before an assembly by the motion of a member. That's how we conduct our business. We make, debate, and take action and vote on motions. A motion is a formal proposal by a member in a meeting that the assembly takes certain action. The basic form of a motion, the only one whose introduction brings business before the assembly, is the main motion. Now, we'll go into some of those details in just a minute. Now, there are 3 things that have to occur in order for a motion to come before the assembly. Number 1, a member has to make the motion. We'll get into some details in a minute. You have to make a motion. Number 2, a member has to second the motion. And then this is critical, and this is where I think we've strayed a little bit. It does not come before the assembly until the chair or the president states the question. Until she states the question, it is not before this board. And that's important. That'll be important for just a minute. So just remember, it has to have a motion, it has to have a second, and the chair has to state the question. The official minutes need to reflect what the chair stated, not necessarily the first motion that was made. And we'll talk about why that's important in a minute. But the chair stating of the question is what brings it before the assembly. And then 3 things have to happen in order for us to take action on it. There needs to be a debate, a call for the question, and that's where the board president simply says, it's time to vote. She calls the question, and then she announces the results. Technically, you have until she announces the results to change your mind. You can say, I vote aye, but before she announces the results, if you say, never mind, I vote nay, that's fine. But once she announces the results, it is set, and the decision is final. I do want to impress, let me read this. Neither the making nor the seconding of a motion places it before the assembly. Only the chair can do that by the third step, stating the question. So let's talk about a little bit about each one of those. I just wanted to talk about debate and motions because parliamentary procedure, they are really rigid here on the fact that there should be no debate until a motion has been made. And yes, we have a little leeway there, but the spirit of that I think is very important to hear. So I wanted to read that we really ought to avoid any type of discussion or debate until there's a motion that we're talking to. That prevents us from just aimlessly talking and gives us a little bit of a direction. So as parliamentarian, I'm just going to simply remind the board that we shouldn't be debating this. The debate should be limited until there is a motion on the table. Here's the language. Under parliamentary procedure, strictly speaking, discussion of any subject is permitted only with reference to a pending motion. The general rule against discussion without a motion is one of parliamentary procedure's powerful tool for keeping business on track, and an observance of its spirit can be an important factor in making even a very small meeting rapidly moving and interesting. Now, there is a little bit of a leeway for small boards, and this is one of the 7. And I just wanted to read the exact language. No, I'm going to save that. Let me save that for just a minute. So we really ought to get to a motion as soon as possible. The typical process will be a presentation of information. Staff's going to come and present something, or a board member comes and presents something, and then we get to a motion fairly quickly. And then we get to the debate. A motion, a second, a statement from stating the question by the board, by the chair, and then the debate. Before the chair states the question, the motion belongs to its maker. That's very important. Before the chair states the question, the motion belongs to its maker. After the chair states the question, it is no longer your motion. It belongs to the assembly. It belongs to all of us, and any changes to it have to be approved by the whole board. So before she states the question, you can say, you know what, let me change that. You can modify it. Someone here can suggest a modification. We can have several of that. But the moment she states the question, it no longer belongs to the maker. It belongs to all of us. Question, Aaron?
Maybe. Let me think. So, you have to clearly state your question before the chair says
Your
it.
motion.
Your motion, yes. I don't fully understand what you mean by the whole body then owns the motion and they can change it. Don't you have to call for a...
Yes, but what I mean is, it's not yours. I don't need to ask your permission to change it.
Oh, okay. I see
It
what
no
you're saying.
longer belongs to you, it belongs to all of us.
Gotcha.
And you can't necessarily modify it without everyone's approval. There was a moment where you could have said, no, not 5, I meant 7. And then the moment it's stated by the chair, 7 is the issue, and to make any modification, even the maker has to requires everyone's approval.
Thank you.
Now, one thing that happens in that moment, so there's a brief moment where I make a motion or someone makes a motion, and someone else, before it's stated, invite or ask the maker, would you be open to a modification? Then you need the maker's permission. The maker owns the motion. And so if Suzanne made a motion, Aaron could say, would you be open to a modification? If she says yes, and she modifies her motion, that does not need to be seconded because her inquiry is assumed to be the second. and then as long as you're okay, I approve, yes, I'm open to that modification, then the chair states the new motion as it's been modified, and then that becomes the business before the board. Did I clarify that? I think so. Okay. I want to read that officially. Until the chair states the question, the maker has the right to modify his motion as he pleases or to withdraw it entirely. After the question has been stated by the chair, the motion becomes the property of the assembly, and then its maker can do neither of these without the assembly's consent. And then one more, they address that a little bit here. I wanted to read this. Before a motion has been stated by the chair, it's property of the mover, who can withdraw it or modify it without asking the consent of anyone. Thus, in the brief interval between the making of the motion and the time when the chair places it before the assembly by stating it, the maker can withdraw it as follows, and then gives some language to do so. Okay, a note on seconding. I think this is very important for new board members, because this took me a while to feel comfortable seconding a motion that I disagreed with. Someone made a motion, and the action of the motion I did not want. I felt like, well, I can't second that. I felt like seconding meant I agree. And that is not Robert's Rule of Order. A second merely implies that the seconder agrees that the motion should come before the meeting, and not that he necessarily favors the motion. So let's say, for example, there's a motion on the table. I disagree with the action of the motion, but want it discussed. Then a very good thing to do would be to second it. I want that brought before the assembly and discussed, even if it's to vote against it. But that's very important, that a second doesn't necessarily, it's not your way of saying I agree. It means I believe it should be brought before the assembly. Okay, this Robert's Rules of Order goes into, there is an order to motions. There are main motions, there are subsidiary motions, there are privileged motions, and there are incident motions. And there is an order to tackling them, which really, really doesn't manifest itself here. But let me just kind of give you the best of them all. Subsidiary motions are where we were proposing an action be taken on the main motion. Those are subsidiary motions, and the three most common that we use are postpone, amend, and refer to committee. It is not appropriate. It is incorrect nomenclature when you intend to move an item off the to-do list, off the agenda. We're not going to tackle it at this meeting. We're going to do it at another meeting. The nomenclature has come to be that you table that. That is incorrect. That is wrong nomenclature. To table an event means let's pause temporarily, but come back to it before the meeting is over. If you do not intend to come back to it during the meeting, the proper motion is a postpone. I move that we postpone this issue. Or amend. We'll talk about amend in just a minute. Or refer to committee. Those are the most common subsidiary motions that we will use. So I move to amend, I move to postpone, or I move to commit or refer this to committee. Privileged motions, it's been in the news a lot. If you're watching the U.S. government, there was a representative, I think it was a senator, there was a representative that asked for a privileged motion on bathroom use. Privileged motions do not relate to the pending business, but special matters of immediate importance. The four most common pending or privileged motions that we will face are raising a question of privilege. That's what happened at the U.S. Capitol. I raise a question of privilege. Something I need to do, I'm asking the board's permission to, that's a raising a question of privilege. Recess is a privileged motion. I move that we recess. Adjourn is a privileged motion. Ending the meeting, or fixing the time to adjourn. I move that we adjourn at 10 o'clock. That's a privileged motion. not a whole lot to say about privileged motions. Incidental motions are an incident has occurred and we need to deal with it. We need to deal with this incident. And the most common there's only two that I felt like we would ever even address in this board, and that is point of order. Point of order is when someone believes that we have broken one of the rules of Robert's Rules of Order. I'll get to privileged. Point of order, I think I've got that. Well, maybe we do that now. Point of order says, I believe we've broken a rule. What you're doing is you're asking for a judgment by the president. We have typically said, when maybe someone yells at someone or says something rude, someone will yell out point of order as if to say, pause, everyone be nice, and then let's move on. And that's not an appropriate use of point of order. Point of order is someone has broken the rules and the chair needs to render a judgment. If the chair says point taken, then the chair instructs the member or the members about the violation, asks them to not violate the rules. If the chair says point not taken, I'm not making a judgment. I'm not saying that was inappropriate. You can actually override the chair. If the chair rules on a point of order and says no violation, then you can move to appeal, and then it goes before the board. And if that's the case, then action could be taken against the offending member. So if you feel like any of our rules have been broken, the appropriate reaction is to say point of order and then discuss to the chair, tell the chair what you believe the rule is that's been broken, and then we all wait for the chair to render a judgment on that point of order.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So just now when you said one of our rules have been broken, so let's say we think someone is violating open meeting law. Would we use point of order?
Yep.
Is point of order just for
Robert's
not
Rules of
following
Order,
Robert's?
our bylaws, and anything that we're subject to, state law, federal law,
So if people are making a comment on personnel or somebody's
of order.
personality,
You
then
got
it
it.
is still point of order.
Yep. So if someone starts talking about character and competency, and you say, President, point of order, we are discussing character and competency, and that is forbidden by Utah Public Meeting Code. Then she would rule, I agree, and we need to immediately stop the discussion. Good point. It's not just Robert's Rule of Order. It's any rule to which we are subject.
Whether it just happened or not.
The sooner the better. But yes. But the one thing I wanted to say is point of order isn't a way to just simply, hey, I'm drawing attention that someone's being mean. It's chair, someone's breaking the rules, and we need to stop the breaking of the rules. And then we wait for her to render a judgment. And again, if you disagree, if there's enough that disagrees with the chair, you can appeal and then bring it before the whole body. Okay, so those are incidental motions. The other one that I want you to be aware that you have the right to call is what is called in Robert's Rule of Order, objection to the consideration of the question. I do not think we should be discussing this. That is a privileged motion. And you object to the consideration of the question. And then the president rules on that. And you can have the body appeal. You can appeal and say, I would like a vote from the board.
And that one is initially a president's rule.
Yeah.
So like if someone didn't want to talk about an agenda item, the president would have to say no. Okay.
But I don't know that I've ever heard that, and I just wanted to let if you object to anything being brought before this board, you have the right to object to that and say, I object to the consideration of the question. So let's talk about amendments. The most common thing we do is someone will make a motion, it gets seconded, it's stated by the chair, then we debate it, and during the debate, there is a desire to amend the motion. So this is a little tricky, so I thought I'd just read most of this. Okay. Amendments must be seconded. Wait, I skipped one. Nope. Okay, amendments must be seconded. Debate must conform to the desirability of the amendment. Debate must be confined to the desirability of the amendment, however, and must not extend to the merits of the motion to be amended, except as may be necessary to determine whether the amendment is advisable. So we immediately pause on discussing the motion, and all debate simply focuses on the amendment. Is the amendment appropriate? And then once the amendment is done, we can go back to the main motion. Secondary amendment cannot be amended. You can have two, well, we won't worry about that, but you can have two amendments going on at the same time. Typically, it is most desirable when you amend that you simply add, insert, or strike out. That's preferable, rather than just restating the motion. If you would say, I'd like to add, or insert, or strike out. If we could do that, that would be best. That's best parliamentary procedure, is can I make this motion work? I need to amend this portion. Can we drop that word? Can we add this word, or can we insert this phrase? I think that's the spirit of an amendment, rather than I don't like your motion and I'm going to completely throw it out the window and replace it with my own. That's we'll get to that in a minute, but that's really not the spirit of an amendment. An amendment is I'm intending to strike out, add, or insert.
Could you explain the difference between add and insert?
Add is at the end. Could we add at the end of that 5 words that say blah, blah, blah?
At the end of the whole motion or at the end of a sentence?
Yeah, sentence, paragraph, or motion. Insert is, can I insert one word there and just say licensed? I think that's an important addition or insertion. So that's the spirit of an amendment.
If you wanted to make a whole new motion, how would you go about that?
Okay, let's do that. I'm coming to that one.
Okay.
Because that does come up.
Okay.
As already stated, an amendment must be germane to be in order. It must be germane. To be germane, an amendment must in some way involve the same question that was raised by the motion in which it was applied. And, ready? It cannot simply be the equivalent of the rejection of the original motion. That is an improper amendment. So if you're just simply, no, I don't want to vote on yes, I want to vote on no. And so I propose that we completely throw that amendment out and replace it with its opposite. That's an inappropriate motion. But if the wording is similar, okay, there's the same idea, it's the same idea that we're talking about, and it's not simply the rejection of your motion, but I want to word it differently, then you would go ahead and change the whole, you can change the whole motion, as long as those two requirements are met. It's germane, it deals with the same question, and it isn't simply the opposite. Does that answer your question? Yes. So, in the spirit of parliamentary procedure, if you can make the motion work by making a tweak, if you're more comfortable if it had a tweak to it, let's state the tweak to the motion. If you just want a whole new motion, then make sure it's germane and it isn't just the opposite of the motion.
So going back to Ms. Barrow's question, if you wanted to make a motion to the opposite, you would have to wait for the vote to be completed. And then if it failed, you could
reconsider
motion
it. Yep.
the opposite.
Yep.
So you still can,
Yeah.
unless it passes.
But sometimes I've noticed that in the past, someone has just said, I can tell that there's this many people for it, and I can tell that this many people, and the person who spoke first is for it, and I want to speak against it, so I'm just going to simply throw that motion out and replace it with the opposite. That is an inappropriate improper amendment. A good question. And the proper terminology is amend, not substitute.
And not friendly.
It's not a substitute motion. It's an amendment that may have a substitute in it. But I think the proper term is amend. Any questions? One more, and that is debate. So 3 items, put it before the assembly, 3 items, take action. Motion, second, stating the question. And then comes debate. Once again, we should limit debate until there's a motion on the table. That is the best procedure. If you need some information, I can't make a motion. No one can make a motion because I don't have enough information to say this is what I would propose. Then we discuss. But ideally, we get to a motion as quickly as we can. Now, while debating the motion, here are Robert's Rules of Order. All right, I'm going to read these to just so you can hear them. Okay. No member, unless the assembly has a special rule providing otherwise, no member can speak more than twice to the same question on the same day. Now, we're going to amend that in just a minute. That's one of the things that small boards get to amend. But I want you to hear the normal. Normal operation under Robert Rules of Order is no one can speak more than twice to a question. Merely asking a question or making a brief suggestion is not counted as speaking in a debate, nor is the making of a secondary motion counted as speaking in the debate. A member cannot make a second speech on the same question the same day until every member who desires to speak on it has had an opportunity to do so. So normal rules are no one speaks more than twice on any issue, and no one speaks twice until everyone has spoken. Now, this is what we have an exception to. Procedure for small boards. There is no limit to the number of times a member can speak to a debatable question in a small board. Appeals, however, follow the same rule. You can't speak twice. So we have, as a small board, we don't have to follow the 2-speech limit. But I read that because I think as a courtesy, we should each wait until everyone has had a chance to speak before you speak again. And then we really ought to, I think there's a difference between, no, you're not changing your opinion, so I'm going to speak again and again and again until you change your opinion, versus I've stated my point, I've stated my opinion, and speaking again is not going to add any new information to it. In the spirit of that, I would say let's limit the debate. If you're adding something, we don't have a limit on the number of times we can speak. But the spirit of that would say, number one, don't say anything else until everyone else has had a chance to speak. And then let's do what we can to kind of limit the number of speeches you give in debate. There's no limit for a small board, but we don't want it to go on endlessly.
Bryce?
Right.
An example of one of our long debates would be the cell phone policy, for example. That was such a broad policy, all kinds of different pieces of that policy. It wasn't defined to just a very specific thing.
And can I point out why?
Go ahead.
We never made a motion on it. We didn't debate on a motion. We debated on cell phone use in the classroom without a motion on the table. And I wonder if a motion would have centered the debate on the merits of that motion.
So let me see if I understand. So we had a 2 or 3 page policy, or even just a 1-page policy. Would we make a motion on each individual section then and talk about that individual section? I'm just curious how we would tackle something that large with motions.
That's a good question. But you can.
So when I watch the committee meetings at the Capitol, when they're introducing a bill into which is the question, they usually have a period of clarifying questions before the motion is even made. And so I think that at that time, if you have a question about a line in the policy, that's when you can ask a clarifying question. And then when everybody's had a chance to ask their clarifying questions about the agenda item or whatever, then you can make a motion like, I move that we change this word in this line of this policy. And does that make sense? So the first part shouldn't be a debate. It should just be asking staff. I used to be so close to the mic, now I'm too far. So is asking staff or the board member that brought the agenda item, can you clarify this piece for me? Instead of giving your opinion or your experience with it. I think it's really helpful to watch what they do. There are some really good parliamentarians on the Hill that run meetings really well according
and
to
that
Robert's
technically
Rules
is
of Order.
not considered debate. I have some questions before we get to the debate. And the first thing the chair should do is, are there any questions regarding this issue before we get to a motion and a debate? But I think the quicker we could have gotten to a motion, it would have narrowed the discussion much more quickly.
Yeah, I would envision it then kind of like what Lisa was saying. There would be a lot of clarifying questions at the beginning. That might have taken a long time. Once the clarifications were done, a motion would be made and we'd all be ready to go. Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to read these. These are Robert's Rules of Order. They get a little uncomfortable, but I think there's a reason. I think there's something to going back to the procedure. This one's easy. In debate, a member's remarks must be germane to the question before the assembly. That is, the statements must be bearing on whether the immediate pending motion should be adopted. Any discussion that isn't related to the merits of the question should not be made. This one is where we have used point of order the most. Under no circumstance can a member attack or question the motives of another member. And I think we have violated this. I know I have. And so I wonder if we just draw a clean slate and say, under no circumstance can anyone attack or question the motives. The discussion is on the merits of the question. And then I love this statement. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. The moment the chair hears such words as fraud, liar, lie, idiot, etc., used about a member in debate, she must act immediately and decisively to correct the matter and prevent its repetition. Okay, here's the uncomfortable one. I commit to do this. Members of an assembly cannot address one another directly, but must address all remarks through the chair. And we are not given any leeway on a small board. Members of an assembly cannot address one another directly, but must address all remarks through the chair. As much as possible, the use of names of members should be avoided in the debate. In debating, a member cannot reflect adversely on any prior act of the society that is not then pending. In debate, the maker of a motion, while he can vote against it, is not allowed to speak against his own motion. I thought that was interesting. He need not speak at all, but if he does, he is obliged to take the favorable position.
Could I ask you to clarify where we cannot address anyone directly, but it must be made through the chair? Could you give an example of what that would look like or sound like?
Madam President, the member is referring to something that happened a couple years ago, and I remind you that this is what happened.
I think the idea is that we are trying to keep it from becoming a two-person debate, that this is a conversation of a board, if that makes sense.
And Utah legislators and the federal legislators are very good at this. Every comment is made to the chair. Mr. Chairman. Now, just if you're curious, it is in Robert's Rules of Order, so I'll read it.
Does this apply just to debate then? This addressing the
Yeah.
chair just during the debate?
Yeah. The president or chief officer of an organized society who normally presides at its meetings is then addressed as Mr. President or Madam President. So technically, it's Madam President, and then we speak to the chair. Now, I think there's a very good thing here, and that's why I'm going to commit to do it, because the moment I look and I'm talking to Daryl, it gets personal. The moment it's here, it stays on the issue of the question. And I think there's great value in Madam President. And then even as much as possible, the use of names or members should be avoided in debate. Those,
Yeah. And the example they give is to say something like the member from District 4.
Yeah.
If you want to,
yeah.
yeah.
Or the member who just spoke. Or, now, again,
The member with black
I,
glasses.
for one, am not going to call point of order.
Seems so impersonal.
I know. I, for one, am not going to call point of order if Suzanne says, Brian just made a great point. But I think in the spirit of this, the more we address the chair, the less we're talking to and about someone. And usually what happens is I disagree with you. And now I'm trying to convince you that I'm right and you're wrong, and now it's this. Instead of, Madam President, here's my argument on the issue. And then she says the same thing. Madam President, here's my issue. I just think we take that personal potential attack out of it if we address the chair and try not to use names. That's all I had. Any questions? Madam President, does the Assembly have any questions?
Does the Assembly have any questions?
I was curious if there is like I don't know, a summary of Robert's Rules of Law anywhere.
Yes.
Where could
Isn't
I get
it coming
a
to
summary?
order? Is it coming to order?
Jurassic
It's
Park.
400 pages long.
Instead
No, I'm
of
just kidding.
613. Instead of 633. Jurassic Parliament comes quite often to USBA and makes presentations, and they do a lot of summary, and I've got a couple things I'll send you.
Okay.
I'll be honest, the best thing for me was reading through them.
Have you, in your little bag that you got at the new board member training, there's a spiral bound coming to order book? That's also a good summary. It's not 600 pages or even 400, but it's still a read. Oh, please, Mr.
Madam President, I have a question.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to adjust to this.
If a matter is coming before the board and I have a question about the matter or something that, and I don't mean this to be about me, so let's just say if anyone has a question about the matter, and they want to say, well, how might this impact our budget? How would they go about doing that?
They would ask her, she would ask you to respond. Mr. Larson, would you mind answering that question? Now, technically, I take it by member, you are invited to participate in a board meeting, but you're not the board member that takes action, and so I don't think there's any issue with someone asking you a question directly.
So is it,
There's nothing in here, I didn't find anything in here that says you can't talk to staff or question the presenter, or it's just during debate, we need to address the chair. And I think that's the spirit of, let's not let this get personal.
so that underlines, I guess, the structure of asking as many questions as possible before the motion to bring clarity to the issue before there's debate on the issue. Thank you, Madam President.
Other questions?
Paul, Madam President, if I may.
Please.
I also think the board, not that I'm arguing against Robert, his 12th edition, or any of the 600 and some odd pages, but I think the board also has the prerogative to set procedures for themselves. So if you find any of these
That's very much in here.
to be an obstacle to meaningful discussion, then you would have the prerogative to vote as a group to modify those rules to your needs.
Do you want to know what the motion is called? I
would-
move that we suspend the rules. That's in here.
Okay. Well, there you go. Robert
I
thought
move
of
that we
everything.
suspend the rules and allow members of the board to speak freely to each other, or whatever. You know, we have the prerogative to say, this is cumbering, this is not leading to fruition, and so I move that we suspend the rules. But I was impressed that I had a lot of those questions, and I found something in here that related to, there's the motion I would make to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, not suggesting that any of it needs to be modified, just if that's what you wanted to do, there's the opportunity to do that.
So right before I want to argue with Nikki, I just say, I move that we suspend the rules.
That's right.
Personal.
There you go.
Is that under privilege motion?
That is a, what is suspend the rules? I didn't write it down because I didn't think we'd ever deal with it, but yes, it's one of those.
So would you move to suspend the rules, like, as a part of your bylaws, or in a specific
do both.
instance?
You can do both.
Great questions.
But Madam President, I'd like to give them a try before we decide that they're uncomfortable, and then we can decide which ones are just not working for us. So,
Is that a motion?
no.
All right.
Can I clarify? Madam President is inside and outside of debate?
No, just
Just
debate.
within?
Mhm.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
That is a rule that I'm very comfortable suspending. All right.
But again, I really think there's wisdom in the heat of the debate, keeping the focus on, we're all focused on talking to you rather than focusing on each other. That's the spirit of why it's so important during debate, is it doesn't get personal.
Great points. Thank you. I really appreciate your efforts, Mr. Demford, and thank you for your presentation. Let's move to agenda item C, calendar committee representatives with Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As outlined by District Policy D207, we have a parent representative from each of our high school feeder areas, and they serve 4-year terms, and every once in a while we turn them over. We don't turn them over all at once, so as to stagger terms, and that way we have institutional knowledge moving forward so that they can work on the calendar committee effectively. This year we have 3 openings, turnover areas, and they're in the West Jordan feeder, the Mountain Ridge feeder system, and the Copper Hills feeder system. The policy outlines that these are board-approved parent members that we should get input from various parent groups, including PTA and school community council. The names that have been recommended to serve on the calendar committee from various board members are Julia Merrill from the West Jordan Feeder, Brian Call from Mountain Ridge Feeder, Lisa Eskison from Copper Hills Feeder. These parents have all been contacted by Mr. Olson, who works in planning and student services, and they have all indicated their willingness and ability to serve on the committee. It just requires a board approval.
Can I ask, how many years do they serve again?
It's a 4-year term.
4 years. Okay, thank you.
You rotate every 2, but it's a 4-year term, right? There's change every 2. We don't change every year. We only change every 2 years.
Yeah. Every 2 years there'll be some turnover. That may vary slightly in case a parent can no longer serve. It varies, but that's the intent.
So this is the clarifying question part of this agenda item. And I have a question as far as Robert's Rules of Order and this meeting. So would we make a motion in this meeting to approve these calendar committee members for the next 4 years? Is that what the motion would be?
Madam Chair, I believe that's correct.
Or maybe I should ask, parliamentarian, Madam Chair? No, so this isn't debate. This is clarifying question phase still, I think.
We can take action in a study session.
Yes.
And so the question is this something that the public needs to weigh in on, or is this something that we just move forward and get going on? And so I think this is very much something that we're looking for a motion approval and a second and then a vote, and then we move forward with these 3.
That's how we've proceeded in the past. It's on the agenda. It is an item to take action on. It's something that doesn't need public input. It's just by policy, the board needs to approve it.
So that's how it's historically been done, just in this meeting.
That's correct.
And something that executive committee has committed to doing is under desired outcome, we will try to indicate we desire a motion to approve, In this case, that didn't happen. This one came a little later, but that is our intent. You'll note that we have added a strategic plan pillar to try to help us make sure that we're on target with the ultimate goals of the district in our conversations, and then we will also try to include in the desired outcome a motion to approve or whatever, so you kind of have a feel for when you need to or not. Would that be helpful?
I don't know.
We'll try it, and then if it's not helpful, we'll ignore it.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the following individuals as members of our calendar committee: Julia Merrill, Brian Call, Lisa Eskison.
I second.
We have a motion by Brian Barnett, a second by Bryce Denford, that we approve as members of our calendar committee
Boom! She stated the question.
Julia Merrill, Brian Call, and Lisa Eskison. Is there any debate to the motion? I was so close. All right. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. All right, that motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Madam President, I failed to add one thing that you may want to be aware of, and this board may want to be aware of. If the chairman, when a proposal is perfectly clear to all present, a vote can be taken without a motion having been introduced. Unless agreed upon by unanimous consent, however, all proposed action must be approved by vote under the same rules as a larger meeting, except that a vote can be taken initially by a show of hands, which is often a better method in small meetings. If it's obvious that everyone is agreeing, you don't necessarily have to have a motion. You can say, seeing no objection, we will move forward.
Okay.
So if you sense that it's clearly, Tracy did that a lot. Seeing no objection, we're going to move forward in that direction.
Okay.
And that's approved.
Great.
But I think it's appropriate to say, is there any debate, or should we? But I did want to throw that in there. It's obvious that if it's clear that this board is all unified, that no one is objecting, the questions reveal that, the body language reveals that, you have the right to say, Seeing no objection, we move forward in this direction.
Thank you. I would just like to add a thank you to those individuals that have just been appointed to the calendar committee. It is a huge blessing to our whole district that we have that committee in place, and we appreciate your efforts and willingness to serve. Okay, moving on to item D, permit requests at Copper Hills High School. Back to Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Maybe it might be helpful just to provide a brief review of the permit process. We call them permits. Other districts may call them by other names, but an out-of-boundary permit is extended to a student who wishes to attend a school that is not in their boundary. And those are governed, the permit process is governed by state law, 53G 6-4, and also by our school district policy, AS 93. And there are processes in place established by state law that allow students to apply for a permit, an application, during a certain window. This window extends from the beginning or middle of November until, I believe, the first Friday of February. So that process is going on right now. We prioritize permits, as outlined by the board has set up a process so that in the month of December, we have a permit process where if you apply during the month of December until December 31st, you are taken, and then those names are put into a lottery in the event that there are more permit requests than there is space available. Does that make sense? And then the process will continue in different stages until the first Friday in February. Schools have to grant seats to out-of-boundary students if their enrollment for the following year is projected to be less than 90% of their building capacity. After that, the board has established a couple of tiers. I think those are on your board docs. Tier 1 is if they don't have any portables and they're below their capacity. In order to add permits, they talk with their administrators of schools. Tier 2 is if they're in the category of having 1 to 6 portables, they need approval in order to accept permits, and then there's notification given to the board. Tier 3 is more than 6 portables. You need approval from cabinet in order to extend those permits, and a discussion with the board and the AOS. That's what brings us to tonight's agenda item. Copper Hills would be considered in Tier 3 because they have more than 6 portables. They have a higher enrollment. However, their building capacity allows for some room in between the capacity and their projected enrollment. They figure they have around 100 seats. They could potentially offer permits to keep them still below their building capacity. In the case of Copper Hills, they are requesting 71 to extend a permit offer to 71 students. Now, they fully realize that they want to extend, knowing that all may not accept, but they do want to extend the 71 requests, and that's why we're here discussing this with the board. Any questions?
Can you talk to me a little bit about where Copper Hills is falling, where their enrollment is, and how this would affect them?
So their enrollment is forecast to go down a little. They've been in the 2,800-ish, and I'll use the word "ish" lightly there. They are going to be in the 2,700s this year, and so their enrollment has dipped over time. In the next couple of years, they'll go back up into the 2,800s, and they're forecast to stay in that general area for the next several years. Does that answer your question? Their building capacity is around 2,880. So almost 2,900 as it's presently constituted.
Can you remind me how many portables they have?
They have 8 portables.
And are they all currently being used as classrooms?
As far there are portables that they use for storage for athletics. Those do not count as instructional portables. So just to be clear, they do have portables that aren't being used as classrooms, but those are designated differently than the 8 portables that are designed for instruction. Yeah, good question.
So, President, I move that we approve the permits requested by Copper Hills High School.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Bryce Denford, second by Brian Barnett, that we approve the additional permits at Copper Hills High School for next school year. Any debate on the motion?
I would just ask Mr. Anderson, our soft-hearted, wonderful principals often, oh, I can make room for you, I can make room for you, and we can squeeze one more in, and without realizing that we've put the students who are boundaried at a disadvantage. We've got crowded halls, we've got crowded lunchrooms. I don't know where this is. I never know when these requests come. If it's, I have no hesitance. If Principal Garrettson is saying, I have no hesitance, that is not a burden on our staff. That is not a burden on our faculty. So at some point, I just need you to say, maybe it's superintendent, I just need you to say, in my best judgment, this is not going to be a burden to Copper Hills. 'Cause I don't know if we've got just a tender-hearted situation where, okay, we'll squeeze you in because my heart bleeds for your situation, and other students are going to struggle because of it.
When we discussed this as cabinet, we asked for additional information, and that information was brought back. So it's not as if we simply said, oh yeah, they want more, let's move forward. And because the number will still be below what it is currently, they felt like the capacity was there. But we ask ourselves those same questions every year. And there is secondary schools, if you grant a permit, you're going to have an additional student for up to 3 years. In elementary, you have them for 7. So it's a little bit of a different look for a secondary school because you're not looking at a lasting impact if you allow those permits, not as long as you would with an elementary at any rate.
So this request has your stamp of approval on it.
Cabinet discussed it in 2 different meetings before bringing it forward.
And so are these permits approved by the board? Is that part of it? I thought that we just discussed it with the board. So do we need to make a motion to approve the permits? Because
That's true.
do we need to? And I should have asked that in the clarifying but it's now that the motion was made in the way that it was worded, like for the board to approve, then I wonder, I didn't think that we were the ones that approved this.
May I clarify? Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. On the tiers that you have on board docs, this does fall under the category of tier 3, where it's approved by cabinet, which has been done, as superintendent indicated, after a couple of rounds of discussion, and the good principal from the Copper Hills area is supportive of this and wants these permits to be extended. We've discussed it in cabinet, and it has been approved. Now, according to the board's tiered permit process, it's simply a discussion with the board. So there is no motion needed. There's no approval needed by the board. We're letting you know that cabinet's discussed it and approved it, and we're having the discussion with you. Now, the board can change their own rules anytime, but that's what we have in place for the tiers.
I think we're all just enthused about Robert's Rules of Order, and we want to practice.
And rightfully
We're trying
so.
to get all of our practice in, making
Rightfully
these
so.
motions.
So do we technically need to close the motion because we're not going to vote?
There is no harm in voting on it. It's just not required. You're right, Lisa. You're absolutely right. And the most appropriate motion would have been, I have no objection with them moving forward. I'm not going to take action to prevent them from doing this.
I will take just a moment to say that I've spent some time talking to faculty and community members, and this seems like a welcome exception to the rule from what I'm hearing.
Madam President, I would like to bring this policy back to the board. There's some holes. We haven't looked at it for a long time. There's some holes that I see. At least I would like to have some conversation, not about this specific, but about the policy.
The tiers or the permit process?
Both.
Our second vice president will take note of that, and we'll make sure we bring it back.
So, point of order, President, because there was a motion and a second, and you called the question, I think we do have to take a vote on the motion, even though I agree that the motion is insignificant.
Well, it's good practice, if nothing else. All right, all in favor of the motion on the table to extend the permit request at Copper Hills High School, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, motion carries.
I would like to, Madam President, I think this is an important clarification, that I think this is a great thing to have put on the desired outcome. No board action is required, simply board notification. I think that's a great thing to distinguish. You know what, we are not seeking it. So I would say when staff brings us an issue, if no board action is required, that be stated on the objective, on the desired outcome.
Thank you. That's a great point, and something I tried to relay but probably did a poor job on that, so we will make sure to watch that carefully on the next agenda.
Can I make one comment for the board's sake? It took me 8 years to figure out why policies are worded named the way they are. It finally dawned on me. A policies are administrator. AS policies are administrator of schools. B policies are business administrator policies. D policies are district policies. So if it's below the administrator, if it's below the business administrator, it's a D policy. So this is an AS policy,
This should say district policy.
which should be called which should be referred to as administrative of school policies. It took me 8 years to finally figure out the nomenclature, so I wanted to share that.
This time I was writing fast enough. Perfect. Okay, moving on to agenda item E, board meeting calendar. So each year, one of the responsibilities of the board president is to bring a proposed calendar for review by the board. You will find that attached on board docs. It's our practice to meet on the second and fourth Tuesdays of the months. But occasionally there are exceptions. So a few that we would want to call attention to. The first is July 22nd is the week of a holiday. So July 24th, of course. And we do have a fifth Tuesday during that month. Generally, we have not held a study session during July. So this would be the only meeting of the board for July. And something that we've done over the past few years is couple the summer retreat with the July meeting. So a few things to consider and discuss in this week. So I would love to hear your thoughts on whether we move to Tuesday, July 29th, or if you prefer to stay with the fourth Tuesday, which would be the holiday week.
Request for personal privilege. I will be out of town on the 22nd, but I am just one member of a 7-member board, so.
President, I move that we hold the meeting on the 15th of July, which would be right in the center of the month, in that is our only meeting.
And I think that Mr. Larson had a comment also.
Just for the information of the board, not that there's usually the county will assign potential truth and taxation hearings as the first Tuesday in August.
Okay.
Just for the information of the board. Wanted you to know that in this conversation.
The first Tuesday in August.
We'd be if we had to do that, we might be doing back-to-back board meetings, is what he's saying.
If we did it the 29th,
Madam President, can I speak on that?
please.
Our administration staff gets very little holidays, and many of our staff take July 4th to 24th off. We have a lot of people out. I think having a meeting in July at that time might put extra pressure on them and certainly on some board members.
So are you proposing we hold no meeting in July or just not the 15th?
I don't think we need one in July. I think we could do our so-called retreat, which I don't like that word. That's on the record. I think we could do that in June. I think we could do that in August. But if we're going to do it in July, 29th seems a good day.
Or aren't we required to have a meeting every month?
I have to check.
I believe we are required to have one meeting a month.
I'll let Mr. Van Komen look this up, but my recollection is that minutes of the most recent meeting must be approved within 30 days.
Let's check that for sure.
So can I speak on that? Then can we cancel June and July? Just wondering.
How long do you like your meetings?
That was sarcastic. I don't know if Robert's rules allow sarcasm.
Another consideration is there's usually bids or something that's waiting for board approval.
John arguing in favor of additional meetings?
I'm trying to bring information to the
I want to say
record
I want
show.
to say point of order, even though it doesn't make sense in this case. Just
Point of order, there is a motion on the table right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We
And
haven't received a second.
I renew I think the 15th is the best day, so I move that we hold our July meeting on the 15th.
May I add, I'm not available on July 15th.
We have a second to the motion. Okay.
Second it so we can discuss it.
So let me just take a little poll. July 15th, we have one member unavailable. July 22nd, 2 members of the, I haven't mentioned this, but I also will be out of town July 22nd. How does the 29th look? Do we have conflicts there?
I like the 29th.
It does potentially put us 2 meetings in a row. So vote with full knowledge.
It seems like that has happened before, though. This is not unprecedented.
Can I speak on that? So it's not 2 meetings in a row. Truth and Taxation meeting is a much different meeting than a board meeting. So that is not 2 meetings in a row, and we don't even know if we're going to have a Truth and Taxation.
And it's possible to have a brief board meeting on the 29th, if that's a concern, right?
I can't speak to you, but I second that.
I feel like if you say the words brief board meeting out loud, a curse
Every one of
follows.
us needs to knock on wood.
We could certainly do our best to keep a brief meeting.
So can I speak to that? Do we have to do the retreat in the summer? Like, there could be a different time that we do our strategic planning, which is what that meeting's for. We don't have to throw a longer meeting in the summer just because we've done it in the past.
Absolutely. We just had one in December, right? So that is on the table. Okay, let's stay germane to the motion. We're discussing the idea of moving the meeting to July 15th. Any additional discussion there? Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor of moving the July meeting to July 15th, please say aye.
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 What was that, Misty?
That was not an aye.
Okay. Thank you. I'll read names. I'll call names out. Okay. And those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So we have,
How does the chairman vote?
the chairman is, neutral. I will vote nay on that one. So that motion does not carry, and the dissenting votes were myself and Daryl Robinson, Suzanne Wood, Lisa Dean. 4.
Therefore, to reconsider this motion, only the 4 that voted with the majority in the prevailing mood can make another motion.
So I move to schedule our board meeting in July for July 29th.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Woods, a second by Ms. Dean, that we move our July meeting to July 29th. Any discussion there? Okay.
I have one, Madam President. Was that a brief meeting in July? So in other words, with that, whether or not it's in this motion or not, can we consider the retreat at a different time, the so-called retreat?
Absolutely.
Be a regular board meeting, not a prolonged day.
Doesn't give us 30 days to approve the minutes, though.
I believe you just have to make pending minutes available within 30 to the public within 30 days. So the board doesn't have to take action to finalize them within 30 days.
The minutes that we were looking to approve, is that the May 27th on this year's current calendar? Is that what we were talking about? Or is it referring to the budget hearing on June 10th?
June 10th.
Okay, thank you.
If we make those pending ones available, I think we'll be fine.
Paul, is it your legal advice that we can hold a meeting on June 10th and July 29th and we're not violating any state law?
I'm not seeing anything that requires you.
Where did I read
But I'm not, the state board has to meet at least 11 times a year, but that's in the code. But there's not something that I'm aware of that's the same but I'm still looking.
Then, in answer to your question, Mr. Robinson, the motion right now is just for a board meeting, not for a retreat. So I think we can consider those separately if that is more comfortable to you. Is that what you're hoping for?
Open.
Okay, let's consider this as a board meeting right now. Any other discussion? Okay, let's call.
Oh, he has, Madam President, he raises an if we're not required to have a July meeting, I have always believed the July meeting was required by law. I would love to vote on not having a meeting at all.
And I would like to have a pending meeting because sometimes there are time-sensitive items that I don't want to keep people waiting. And I guess it's just another 3 weeks, but I feel like I'd rather have that meeting pending in case there is some time-sensitive. I don't want to, I'm sorry, I was looking at Bryce. I want to have that available in case there is something that the board needs to discuss and approve or not approve, if that makes any sense. Because there have been things that have come up in the July meeting, I think, that...
And I agree with that. I just think it's easier to add a needed meeting than to cancel a not needed meeting. We're less likely to take a meeting off the calendar when we don't need it than to add a meeting when we do need it. I think there might be merits on possibly not having a July meeting, and then if there are pending issues, the board can take action to schedule a meeting.
Madam President, if I may, one thing we could do is agree that in August, the study session could include voting on some bids and some other things that had collected over July, and that would give us an opportunity to vote on some things earlier if necessary.
Giving staff an entire month off appeals to me.
Motion to amend the current motion I'd like to motion that the July 29th meeting be taken off. Well, I guess that's an opposite amendment, right?
No. You're just simply saying the July 29th meeting is off the calendar and scheduled only if needed. But the
Yes.
date is reserved.
That's my motion, that we
I second
reserve
that.
the date, July 29th, and as the time approaches, we determine whether or not we need that meeting.
I second that.
All right. A motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Mr. Dunford, that the July 29th meeting be reserved as a potential meeting date, but not calendared.
So now we need to not discuss the date, but discuss the merits of not calendaring on that date. That's the amendment.
Discussion to that amendment.
Can you repeat that? Can the representative?
The debate here is not on the date. We're not debating if that date is that's the main motion, is the date that we've chosen. The amendment is that we not put it on the calendar, but if when we get closer, it's obvious that we need to conduct a meeting for business sake, that's the date that was reserved to hold a meeting. But it's not on the calendar as a regular board meeting. That we intend to give staff an entire month off.
From us.
Question, is there a timeline that we have to adhere to in letting the public know that we are now having a meeting? I forget what that timeline is.
Have to
10 days?
give 10 days notice, but where we haven't adopted this calendar yet, we wouldn't even have to change. It hasn't been noticed yet.
Right,
You-
but I mean, when the time comes,
yes.
after we adopt this calendar and we decide, because staff has come to us and said, this is pressing, then we need to give 10 days notice.
No,
No?
there's not a 10-day notice. There are certain days' notice for specific meetings, but a regular board meeting is 24 hours notice unless it qualifies for the emergency. You are supposed to post your annual schedule, but that is not set in stone.
Just so, there are certain meetings that require 10 days. This is not one of those. So your memory is, your thinking there is correct. It's just not, this isn't one of those.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm just thinking might forget all I've learned about Robert's Rules of Order if I go a whole month without a board meeting.
She's requesting a.
Madam President, I will reach out to the board member who said that, and we will have a refresher course in the middle of July.
Point of order, the last two comments didn't say Madam President before.
Oh, no. I'm about to motion myself to suspend that rule. Okay. Additional discussion to the motion or to the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment that we earmark the 29th as a potential board meeting date, but not schedule it as such at this time. Did that make sense? Please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right. That is a unanimous vote. So,
Tell your staff.
oh, yes.
Point of order, we haven't voted on the actual, or have we voted
No.
on the actual
The
motion
main
yet?
motion has still pending.
It's true. It's funny because the amendment kind of assumed that, didn't it? I'll get better at this, don't worry.
So the main motion is that the 29th is the day that that action takes place.
So the motion on the table then is that the 29th is the date that we would hold a potential meeting in July should the need arise. Is that fair? Okay. More discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And any opposed? All right, the motion carries. So,
Tell your staff they get July off.
I have to be careful saying that, don't I?
Probably.
From us. You, congratulations, you get a board-free month.
That will.
Let me say it this way. Tell your staff not to bring us any pending business in July, and they'll
So
have
they
July
can
off.
have
They c-
Staff,
I
the
believe
power
they-
is in your hands.
They can organize themselves to make the most of July. Thank you for that consideration. That's very nice.
Great job.
Okay. Moving back to the rest of the calendar items, let's just talk first of all about the actual calendar, and then we can circle back to the question of a retreat. Are there other concerns that anyone is catching that I missed here? Okay.
Do we know caucus dates yet?
Those are noted in the box on the document on Board Docs. I was just double checking it. I looked once before. Thanksgiving recess is the 26th, then we have a meeting on the 25th, so it's not. I mean, people could be traveling that week. Is that a concern for anyone? It is for you? Okay. Do we want to consider an adjustment to the November 25th meeting?
Carol, do you have a proposal?
A possible proposal would be a shift in December to December 2nd and December 16th. But that's just, I haven't had time to think through this, but we generally have one meeting in December. If it's early December, I don't think the 16th is too late. We get out the 18th, right? Or 19th? But I'm good. I'm good. I can make it work.
So, if we move the November 25th meeting to December 2nd, and then we have a meeting December 2nd and the next week on the 9th, am I understanding that right?
He's
Yeah.
proposing that we move the December 9th meeting to the 19th,
Oh,
16th, sorry.
so move both, the November to December 2nd, the December
Avoid
9th to
Thanksgiving
December
and have
16th.
Have two December.
Is that a motion?
What would your staff think of that?
I defer to whatever the staff.
I don't know that that makes too much difference. We're able to, if somebody can't be there, we have someone who can cover. So
Preference?
Just leave it as scheduled.
no particular preference. Although, if you, well, avoiding the week of Thanksgiving is helpful, but not crucial.
That is often a travel day, right? The kids
It's
get out
often
of
a travel day.
and then you take off.
I would say that you, as for just for the board, you'll get less attention to what's going on. People will be less able to engage, even the public, I think.
Well, it could be the night that we sneak all the things through. That's my
Is that a
concern.
motion?
That's my concern. Is it's after school has recessed, so it's technically during the recess because Tuesday is the recess. That's when we let school out. So, but it's not personally. It's not going to hurt me. I just think of past meetings, potential patrons who have brought that concern up, and some employees that have said something. But this is just, for me personally, I don't care. But in consideration to others, I think we could do better at finding a better time. I don't know when it is. Maybe we can just leave it on now and give it some thought. We could also
I
shift.
don't think we should throw out your idea.
We could
of-
also shift, October has 5 board meetings. We could shift November's both up a week.
I think if we have a brief board meeting on December 16th,
Yeah.
because it's a busy time of year with a lot of events in and outside of the schools.
We know that the last board meeting of the year has a few things that will be happening, right? You'll do your,
But they're primarily
between
between business administrator doing his budget and the superintendent doing a year-end report. Those really affect superintendent, business administrator, board, and little staff. I think that December 16th is a better time to have a meeting than the week of Thanksgiving,
And,
December 2nd.
December 16th.
and I know there's a motion on the table and
There isn't.
There is
Oh,
not.
there
I
isn't?
think we need to
So
make a motion.
one thing that I would rather move the November 25th meeting to November 18th instead of having the 2 meetings in December. And I know that that's 2 weeks in a row where we have a meeting, but I would rather
Okay, do
have
it.
the 2 meetings. So I move that we move the
December 25th.
the November 25th general board meeting to November 18th.
A second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood, to move the November 25th meeting to November 18th. Any discussion to that motion?
Two back-to-back in November, I think, is better than going so late into December.
I agree.
And then, just to clarify, we would keep the December 2nd meeting. Wait, am I right?
No,
December 9th meeting.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Hearing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to move the November 25th meeting to November 18th, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. All right, that carries.
Can I make a friendly request? Whoever makes those little icons that I can click a button and they put all the meetings in for me, that would be super cool. Like to have that on our website so that it would save me from time and others to just click and boom, all our meetings are in our calendar. Whoever does that, they're
Like make a Google
Mayor.
invitation
oh what?
for each of these that you would just
App-
accept
well,
and
I'm
it
an
would
Apple guy,
automatically
so
add.
like just
I'll
the
accept that
Apple.
for the board. I can't speak for staff, but I'll do that for the board.
Somebody did it for the A days and B days, and I'll just tell you that whoever that is, they should get a bonus. That saved me so much time.
Would a Google Calendar meet that need, or are you talking
No,
about
I know what he
something
means.
specific
I know
to
what he
Kind of
Apple?
usually do both. They
I
give
know what
you a
he means.
Google option and an Apple option.
Yep.
But if that could be
Bryce
done,
knows
that
what
would
it
be cool.
means.
And then I could direct people too that they could add it to their calendar. It's a really good idea. And thanks whoever's done it in the past.
Okay.
All right, I will give myself that assignment.
Okay. Any other concerns that anyone is catching with the schedule? Okay. Then I will accept a motion to adopt the schedule outside of the 2 exceptions we made.
You want to talk about a summer session, President?
Yeah, that's a great point. Let's do that first. Any proposals for an appropriate additional session. I'm leery now of saying the word retreat.
I think we should call it a planning session. That's really what it is. A retreat really does send a message to the two patrons that we're heading to Hawaii or something like that. It's just a really poor word because it's not really a retreat. It's a freaking long meeting. It's nothing fun about it, except sometimes they bring extra, like, snacks. But we should just call it
our company's pretty fun.
We should. Well, that's true. That's true. I should consider it a retreat then. But it's a strategic planning meeting, technically.
In the
Great.
spirit of what we decided with not making giving staff July off, I wonder if we entertain the idea of not having a summer session.
Madam President, that's what I was suggesting, that this strategic planning meeting can be handled any time of the year. In fact, it's probably better handled like in April or May when we're still kind of in the thought of everything, instead of taking some time off and then trying to jump back into it.
Something that I don't want to discount the value of is often when we are in formal meetings, we are under a lot of pressure to make important decisions. And I think there is a lot of value to a board who has opportunities to meet in a less stressful setting, an opportunity to talk about leadership, relationship, things that help a board to be cohesive. And I do think that that's an opportunity. Frequently, that seems to come up during conferences, but where we don't all attend the same conference often as a board, right now, it's a consideration to keep in mind as we consider whether this is a valuable meeting.
Can I make a proposal? Can we do our strategic planning meeting on June 10th, 2025? That's a scheduled meeting already. We've done in the past, we've had our strategic planning meeting with a board meeting at the same time. This is a concern in a way because it's a budget meeting probably also. But it is after school is over, 2 days after.
Lengthen the meeting.
Lengthen that meeting, put the strategic one in it. We make sure we give proper attention to the budget meeting. But I think it's a really good time. We're just coming off of graduation. I think it's a good time for a strategic meeting.
So you mentioned June 10th. I'm seeing June 9th. Is that what you're talking about, the date of the budget hearing? Okay.
I'm looking.
26 or 2025?
This is 2025, right?
Oh, you're talking about this upcoming June. Sorry, I'm looking at the schedule. Sorry, I'm behind. I'm looking at.
We can plan June 9th, 2026 too. I don't care. It is a good time because we're still kind of in the thick of things, but things are kind of over.
Was that a motion?
Go ahead.
Second.
Can I just motion it, right?
Yeah.
I motion that
You
the
don't necessarily need to unless she needs you in order to state the question, but go ahead.
because I want to do this. I motion that the Jordan School Board adopt June 10th, 2025 as our board strategic planning meeting for the next calendar year.
Starting time to earlier in the day.
And adjust the starting time as needed.
Second.
And I'll speak to that. We can adjust the starting time to like 3
And
o'clock.
would you add,
I'm just
we do
kidding.
the same thing in 20, and I think you need to add that we do the same thing in 2026. Let's do them
Let's-
all in one motion.
Let me, good friendly, I don't know if it's friendly, good amendment, because it wasn't friendly, I don't know. But let's do that with the idea that we can change 2026 if this doesn't work out. But let's put it on the calendar for 2026 also. And then if this idea really doesn't work in 2025, we can adjust.
Okay.
Because technically we're amending the calendar for that's currently up, right?
Yes.
We would have to amend
Amending
the
the calendar and approving a new one.
Okay. Correct me if I messed this up. I was trying to take notes. So we have a motion by, I got to get to the misters. Mr. Robinson and a
Technically, I'm
second by Mr.
representative
Barnett.
number one.
Oh, please don't make me do that.
That's for our staff. So you're good.
That the Jordan School District School Board adopt June 10th, 2025 as a board strategic planning meeting for the 2025 calendar year, and June 9th, 2026 as a strategic planning meeting for the following calendar year.
You may want to add and eliminate all summer sessions.
And eliminate summer,
The scheduled summer sessions.
all right, and eliminate the scheduled summer sessions. Okay. Any discussion?
I'm confused about eliminate the summer sessions because
It's
we didn't
printed
plan.
on the schedule.
Oh, is that planned?
We need to
Okay.
take it off.
Did we already approve one for this school year? We have not approved a summer session date already? Okay, thank you. Okay,
What would we expect the start time to be on that proposed June 9th meeting?
TBA.
Okay.
In the past, we've done like noonish or something like that. Yeah.
but
Not
that
7
will
a.m.
probably, yeah, I think that will probably evolve as we fill the agenda for what needs to be done.
Can we put TBA on the time?
Yeah, I think so.
Be determined.
So could we potentially have the strategic planning meeting before the budget hearing? Okay.
That's exactly what the proposal is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't get to wear shorts and Hawaiian shirts, but
I'll bring a change of clothes.
all right. Other discussion? Okay, let's move to a vote. So, all those in favor of the motion to adopt June 10th, 2025 as the board strategic planning meeting for the 25 calendar year and June 9th, 2026 as the board strategic planning meeting for the 2026 calendar year, and then eliminate a summer session. Please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. All right, that carries. Okay, we're getting close to our business meeting.
Cleaned up calendar.
It is a very cleaned up calendar. Great work, everyone. So I would accept a motion to accept the rest of the calendar as printed.
I move that we accept. Go ahead.
Jinx. Okay, I move that we accept the rest of the calendar as printed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to accept the rest of the calendar as printed with the exceptions of those that we've passed tonight. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Okay, that carries. And that concludes this agenda item. Take a motion to have a little break until the business meeting. Do we need a motion? Can I just do that? All right. Let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll resume at 6:30. go ahead and get started. Welcome to the Board of Education General Session meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, and we are grateful for all of those who are in attendance. We have our full board present, as well as our legal counsel, our superintendent, associate superintendent, and business administrator. Let's go ahead and get started with our Pledge of Allegiance that will be given to us by, Jillian Gomez, by the students of Kelsey Peak Virtual Middle School. The flag ceremony will be presented by Jillian Gomez, Kyra McKay, and Aaron Almodovar Hernandez. I apologize for my pronunciation. And then the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Logan Haight, student leader, and Tyzik Colberg, student ambassador, also from Kelsey Peak Virtual Middle School.
Please stand for the posting of the colors. Please join me for the pledge. Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
The reverence will now be offered by Spencer Campbell, the principal at Kelsey Peak Virtual Middle School.
Can I be irreverent for like 10 seconds before I do the reverence? We have kids that are scattered across, and staff and teachers scattered across the state of Utah watching live tonight, and I just want to give them a shout out in Logan, Provo, Ogden, St. George, everywhere. So they're watching, so hi everybody. This will probably be familiar. The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both, and be one traveler long I stood, and looked down one as far as I could to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear, though as for that passing there had warned them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. As a principal of Kelsey Peak for the past 5 years, I've had the opportunity to watch hundreds and now thousands of kids come through not only Kelsey Peak, but Kings Peak and Rocky Peak. And yes, we know that we are the road that is less traveled by, but for the staff and for the teachers and for all of the students, that option and that road has made all the difference. This opportunity for kids to take that road has changed lives. It's helped kids fall in love with school again. It's helped staffs rejuvenate and our teachers find a place that they can call home. And so we are very, very grateful and thankful for the opportunity that the district continues to show with a new building to support what we are doing at JVLA. So thank you so much.
Thank you. This really is a treat to have our Kelsey Peak Virtual Academy here with us. We will now celebrate the school, with a few student leaders. Excuse me. Lily Alarid, Chloe Barker, Ksenia Garn, Presley Barella Lockhead, Logan Haight, Ivana Palacios Puelo, I apologize, and Bryson Woolley.
Hello, my name is Lily. Good evening, members of the school board, esteemed guests, and fellow community members. My name is Lily, and I am a member of my school leadership. We are truly honored to have the opportunity to celebrate the remarkable journey of Kelsey Peak Virtual Middle School over the past 5 years. When our school embarked on this adventure many years ago, our principal and teachers knew they were pioneering a new kind of educational experience, a virtual community that feels as connected and vibrant as any traditional school. Their commitment to build a strong virtual community where every student feels seen and known has been at the heart of our school's mission.
Hi, I'm Chloe. I am a 7th grade leader. Through monthly field trips and in-person activities every Friday, our learning experiences have been enriched. These opportunities allow us to deepen our understanding through hands-on activities that complement our online learning. Additionally, as members of the National Junior Honor Society and student ambassadors, we have created safe, engaging online experiences where students can socialize and build lasting friendships. These groups empower us to learn vital interpersonal skills and develop leadership qualities.
Hello, my name is Julian. I am a student at Kelsey Peak. Our teachers are the backbone of our success. They have tirelessly adapted to new teaching methods to enhance our understanding in an online setting. They work hard to make sure that we get to experience the same thing as students who attend in-person school. From holding competitions like We the People to clothing and food drives, to working to connect us to opportunities in theater and music, and even hosting art events. Their dedication ensures that each of us feels supported and seen on our academic journey.
My name is Cassiana, and I am an 8th grade leader. Many of us at Kelsey Peak juggle various commitments outside of school, from Ballet West to various sports teams to training for the Olympics. This school empowers us to pursue our dreams by offering learning in a unique and flexible way, allowing us to balance our passions with our education. Our school is also a safe harbor for some of our classmates that are struggling with health concerns. Our teachers work to help build back student self-confidence, not only in themselves but in schools, creating an environment students can find footing they need to make progress in the right direction.
Good evening. My name is Bryson Woolley. I am a 8th grade student leader. As Pathfinders, we work at our own pace, defining our paths to reach our peak potential. We work closely with our parents and teachers to foster a community where we can self-advocate and develop skills essential for future success.
Good evening. I'm Logan, and GHS Secretary. We are especially grateful for the school board's approval of our new facility, which will serve as our home base starting next year. This building will significantly enhance our ability to connect with our community and expand our hands-on programs and activities. We are proud to call ourselves Kelsey Peak Pathfinders. We are grateful for the opportunity to share our story and excited for the bright future ahead. Thank you for your continued support.
Wow, it's really a highlight for the board to be able to hear all of the great things that are happening at your school. We appreciate you being here. I would love to invite anyone who is here with Kelsey Peak to stand up and be recognized. Parents, administrators, teachers, and especially students. Please stand up and let us give you a round of applause. An amazing group. Thank you. And we would love to invite the students, if you will come and start at that end and work your way up, we would love to shake your hand and give you a pin of gratitude.
Nice to meet you. Go ahead and take a pin.
Thanks for coming. I'm sorry I killed your name. Thanks for coming tonight. Thanks for coming. Great job, you guys. That was so fun. Great job. And your necklace is darling.
Everybody get a pin. Did you get a pin?
Please grab a pin.
Good job, bud.
Nice work. Thanks for coming
Nice to meet
tonight.
you. Grab a pin.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Grab a pin. Thank you.
Oh, they give her gifts. Thank you. Don't miss your pin.
Take one of those.
These are awesome. Thank you so much. I love the socks.
Kelsey Peak.
Thank you again for being with us. Enjoy your night. Safe travels home. You're, of course, always welcome to stay. Nobody ever takes me up on that offer. All right. We'll now turn the time to Lisa Dean for our resolutions of appreciation.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Diane Hanson Blaney, teacher, Silver Mesa, Westvale, Midas Creek Elementary Schools. Betty Davis, teacher, West Jordan Middle High School and Copper Hills High School. Tim McConnell, administrator, Ridgeview Elementary School.
Thank you. We'll now move into the board member recognition portion. And if it's okay, I'm going to go first. I have invited some friends from Copper Hills to be here with us tonight. And I would like to invite you guys to come and kind of gather up in the front. We have members of HOSA here who have really started an outstanding tradition at Copper Hills of smashing records for blood donations. And this is a program that's organized by this group of students. This year, they broke a record, a national record, for the amount of blood donated at a single location drive. So I would love to welcome, I'll just call your names out, you can give us a wave. We have their advisor, Maddie Jenkins. Is she, oh, she's taking pictures. And advisor Eva Peterson, President Bryson Hills, and our Vice President, Sarah Newland, Secretary Ashley Cheney, Communications, Benin Al-Saidi, sorry. Communications, Maria Silva Navarro, Blood Drive Liaison, Malin Miner, Blood Drive Assistant, Eliza Brenner, Senior Rep, Cameron Winger, Junior Rep, Jacob Zamora, and Sophomore Rep, Eva Wambeck. We want to give you a moment to tell us about what you do, but first, will you join me in a round of applause? All right, everybody got their photo moment. So now we're going to invite Bryson over to the podium. You can face us. Hey, is the green light on that mic? If you push the button, it should.
Now it is. My bad. Sorry, guys. On behalf of the Copper Hills High School HOSA Council, I would like to thank the Jordan School District Board for inviting us for the opportunity to be here tonight. This recognition is not just a testament to our efforts, but a celebration of the incredible spirit and dedication of our students, faculty, and community. It is a staggering reality that every 2 seconds, someone in the United States requires a blood transfusion, and 1 in 7 patients entering a hospital will need one. This underscores the vital need for the sufficient blood supply to ensure timely care for those who rely on these life-saving products. Every year, HOSA Council members organize and recruit their peers to donate blood. Last year, our HOSA Club organized 4 blood drives, collecting an impressive 645 units of blood. I'm thrilled to share that Copper Hills holds the record as the largest blood drive in Utah, increasing donations by a remarkable 153% since 2021. This directly benefited approximately 4,257 patients at the Huntsman Cancer Institute and the University of Utah Hospital. This year, we have collected 332 donations and are on track to beat our own record once again. This incredible achievement was only possible because of the tireless efforts and compassion of our students, staff, and community members. Let's continue to inspire others to join us in the life-saving mission. Together, we can achieve even greater milestones and provide hope to those in need. Thank you again for this honor and recognition.
I love the spirit of community that is being developed at Copper Hills High School. So thank you for what you've done to contribute to that feeling. We would love to shake your hands as well and give you a little pin. So if you'll start at that end, make your way down the line, we'd love to shake your hand.
Break the record again.
Awesome. We will.
Okay, grab a pen. Don't forget your
You
pen.
guys are amazing.
You want a pen?
Thanks for
Grab
coming
one for her.
tonight. You
Grab
guys
one
look
for
so
her.
good in the scrubs.
You good?
Congratulations. Thanks for coming tonight. We love having our students join our meetings, and you are welcome to stay for as long as you would like, but we will not be offended if you need to excuse yourselves. Thank you so much for coming. Mr. Fernsworth, I didn't even thank you. Thanks for being here. He's one of the administrators at Copper Hills and amazing. All right. Other recognitions that board members have tonight?
I do. On Thursday, I was up at the Capitol, and I was so pleased to meet 2 Elk Ridge Middle School students in the rotunda, which was filled with finalists of the Utah National History Day competition. And they had gone to Washington, D.C. in June with other finalists. And, and their names are Rakshith Suresh and Avyakt Agastya. And their project included making a website on Walt Disney's influence on animation. And I love to see Jordan School District students in the wild representing really well, and they were. And then I also wanted to give a shout out to the Jordan Ethnic, the Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee for an outstanding conference. Their annual What I Wish You Knew conference was just this month, and they did a fantastic job. I want to give a shout out to the people who organized it and the breakouts. The one I went to was really fun. It was line dancing, presented by Latrell Loveridge and Michelle Loveday, and it was really, really, really great. And then one last thing is I just wanted to give a shout out to West Jordan High School. The high school hosted the Region 4 drill competition, and I was lucky enough to attend and watch all the schools compete, and I feel like West Jordan represented Jordan very well, as it is the only Jordan School District school in that region. So anyway, thanks.
Sure, I would like to recognize the administrators and instructors right here at JTC South. I came to the open house and was very impressed with the students. Eleanor oriented me, and without exception, the students that I spoke to said that it was their favorite year of school and that they really appreciate the expertise of their teachers. So thank you to them.
would like to echo what Ms. Dean said about the GIAC conference as well as cultural services putting on that really wonderful event. I was able to go, and I just really appreciated our district recognizing our teachers and administrators who are creating safe spaces for our students. It was a really wonderful event, and I got to go to the breakout session that was about the country and culture of India, taught by Ami, and that was really wonderful. So.
I got to attend the Chinese New Year celebration put on by our Chinese DLI program. It was phenomenal. My kids all fight to be able to come with me to this event now because they know what a great job it is. It was surprisingly well attended. There was so much activity and buzz. It was like the Hunger Games parking, which I think really speaks highly of the efforts that went into that. So thank you for that. And then just an additional shout out for those region competitions that have been happening. It is so fun to be on the Jordan School Board at a 6A competition because you basically can't lose. You're cheering for everyone, and they did such a great job. So that was really fun to be able to watch roll out. Any others? Okay, great. Let's move to our superintendent's recognition.
Thank you. It was nice. It was nice having HOSA, a CTE club and a competitive group here to talk about the blood drive. In that same vein, I would like to have CTE Director Jason Skidmore come up and give us a preview of what will be a two-part superintendent's recognition, because he's going to preview CTE month, and then he'll be back to celebrate CTE month next month. So thank you, Mr. Skidmore.
Well, President George and members of the Board of Education and Superintendent Godfrey, I love being here. I love seeing you and I love spending time with you. And as superintendent has invited me to be here tonight, during the month of February, there is a national campaign where we recognize CTE educators, CTE programs, and all the great accomplishments that happen. In the state of Utah, the theme for this year is Education Elevated. But here in Jordan School District, we know that we celebrate CTE every single day. With your support, with the support of our district administration, our school administrators, and our community, CTE is alive and well, and our programs and our students have so many great opportunities. But during the month of February, we like to take a special pause and maybe extra celebrate them a little bit more. I can say that every one of the educators that we have works hard every single day. And I've challenged them this month of February to invite you into their spaces, into their classrooms, into their schools. And so I kind of give you and put you on notice that you will receive invitations to learn about CTE, to learn about programs that you may not even know exist, or about the unique things that students get to do while they're a student here in Jordan School District. They have more opportunities than I think any of us ever had as we experienced our high school education. Each week, there will be a series of activities and events that focus on various aspects of CTE. Like tonight, I want to also congratulate Copper Hills HOSA for the great work that they do. That leadership organization is one of 8, and during one of the weeks, there'll be more celebrations of all the different leadership organizations that students can participate in. We'll focus on our partnerships with industry, our community members, and especially focus on our students and the things and the successes that they've had. And we'll also highlight throughout the month various educators, and we will invite you to be a part of that. If you would ever like to learn more about any aspect of CTE, I extend an invitation to contact myself or my office. We'll arrange a tour. We'll go with you to a school. We'll start at the middle school and talk about what seventh graders and the opportunities that they get, about where the CTE experience begins and how it culminates at one of the various pathways that are offered at either our high schools or at one of our JATC campuses. I can't thank you enough for the support that you give to our students and to our teachers, and we hope that we can continue to provide great opportunities. Tonight I'm going to ask Julie Scherzinger, my CTE consultant, who's here with me tonight. We're going to give you a little bit of, we're going to arm you with a badge of knowledge, I guess we should say. With knowledge comes great power. During the month of February, we'll have a few campaigns going on. You'll receive a button that says, "Ask me more about CTE." I'm also giving you a little bit of a cheat sheet. You'll have 10 items, so if you don't know anything, you'll at least have 10 items tonight that you can walk away with. You'll notice on the back of that there's the answer, so question and answer there for you. But we would encourage you during the month of February to wear that button proudly, to share the CTE experience. All of you have taken the opportunity to explore and get to know the things that our career and technical educators do, and so we'd encourage you to learn a little bit more and to learn about some of the new things that are happening. So with that, I thank you, Superintendent. Thank you for giving us this opportunity tonight. And like he said, we'll come back in February with greater detail, more stories, and celebrate the great things that our teachers are doing. So I do want to say to our teachers and to our staff that we wouldn't have what we have today without their hard work and what they do every day. And these students that you saw tonight as they stood here are one of many products that come out of Jordan School District. So thank you. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. What Mr. Skidmore said is absolutely true. We have tremendous students and teachers in our CTE. Mr. Skidmore is the best director around. There's nobody better. And his vision and the board's support have allowed us to expand, to have nearly every CTE pathway available. And we were talking about it. My Supercast, the podcast, has over 30 episodes about CTE. So one of them being about the Copper Hills HOSA group, which is a group to really brag about. So we really have been able to draw a lot of wonderful teachers from industry and elsewhere to come and create these unforgettable experiences for our students. And it's going to be exciting to celebrate that in February and to have you back at the end of the month to talk about what's happened. So
Will do. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Very excited to be able to celebrate CTE month. Who knew? At my house, I finally have a child who's old enough to apply for JATC programs, and it has been weeks of which one to choose because there are so many great choices. So thank you for that. All right. Let's go ahead and move into our general business. I'll accept a motion to accept the consent agenda items. Oh, did I? Oh my goodness. I skipped the most important part of the meeting. Thank you. I need a better system up here. We're excited to move into public comment at this time. And just a few reminders as we roll into that portion of the meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement. We value the input from our residents, students, and employees. So a few reminders as you give comment. The board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. If you have concerns to that end, please feel free to email them to board members. We ask that comments be kept age appropriate. The board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. The board may ask staff to follow up on issues raised or may address them at a future meeting. And remember that silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message that was given. The board will take public comment at this time on items not listed on the agenda. In-person comments will be heard first, followed by comments received electronically. Both in-person and emailed comments can last a maximum of 3 minutes. Please be respectful of that time. And when you're called to the podium, please take a minute to state your name. We have a few signed up today. So first we will have Amy Ludlow, and she will be followed by Wendy Barrett. So Amy, come on up.
Hi, I'm Amy Ludlow. I'm a speech language pathologist at Jordan District. So I work here. I also live in Jordan. I've liked it. I've worked for Jordan since 2013. I'm here to advocate for an increase in pay for speech language pathologists in our district. The way I'm proposing you consider that is that we are allowed access to the SHINE funds, formerly the TSSP funds that got opened up last legislative session to be on a district by district level. Also, Davis School District does Masters plus 30 automatically for speech language pathologists because our master's degree is very intense and rigorous and has additional credits beyond what a typical master's degree has. And lastly, I'd like you to consider letting us get money for being nationally certified when we are nationally certified through ASHA, our certification program. That's what districts like Canyons does. That they offer SLP some certification money for that. I think that's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Wendy Barrett.
Hello, I'm also a speech language pathologist in the district, and I want to echo everything Amy just said. Our goal is we're trying to be competitive with other school districts and other workplaces that speech language pathologists can work at, as well as other states where they can go, so that we can recruit and retain the best speech language pathologists in our district. And one other option, I work at a secondary level, and the teachers at secondary level have the option to sell their prep and take on another class. And so currently there's a lot of SLPs that are taking on extra caseloads either at other schools or covering what another SLP would cover at their school if they need to. So I'd like to propose that we consider offering SLPs some options similar to selling their prep when they take on larger caseloads in order to help them feel like they are getting compensated for doing that extra work rather than burning out. And just to make a note that speech language pathologists are a little misunderstood, not misunderstood, but unknown as far as what we do. We are involved in every single special ed team, and we not only work on kids with speech impediments, but we work with kids with developmental language disorders, stuttering, autism. No autism student can be classified as autistic in our district without speech language pathology input, so we are heavily involved in all of those evaluations and IEPs. And intellectual disabilities, we're involved with most of those students as well. So just knowing that we're more than just working on those R sounds or the stuttering, and that every year that I've been here since 2017, I hear a desperate call for new SLPs every year, and I'd like to be able to help our district retain and keep those so we can keep those students with really qualified and experienced speech language pathologists. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes those who have signed up to speak in person, but I understand we do have an emailed comment. Turn it to Mr. Larson.
Susie Kuzme. I hope I pronounced that right. Dear members of the school board and community, as a former speech language pathologist, SLP of Jordan School District, and a member of the West Jordan community, I implore you to learn more about the SLPs servicing students in JSD. Being able to comprehend language and express it to others is foundational to academic learning and social emotional well-being. If SLPs have high caseloads, impossible workloads, frequent staff turnover, and the district is scrambling to fill open positions, how does this impact our students' ability to access their curriculum? How can we solve these issues? Get curious. SLPs in our district have put together a proposal that would help incentivize this area of need that could reduce turnover and attract and retain talented SLPs that this district is losing annually. Susie Kuzme.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else miss the opportunity to sign up that wanted to? Okay. That will conclude our public comment section. We'll now move into agenda item 4, general business, and motion to accept or to approve consent agenda items.
I move that we approve consent agenda items A through C.
I second.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow to approve the consent agenda items A through C. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay. All right, that passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item 5, general business, a motion to accept consent agenda.
I move that we accept consent agenda items A through E.
I second.
Right. We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow to accept consent agenda items A through E. Any discussion there? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, that passes unanimously. Moving into agenda item 6, bids.
I'll move that we approve the Riverton High School HP Chromebooks and licenses bid.
I second.
Right, a motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Dean to approve the Riverton High School HP Chromebooks and licenses bid. Discussion there? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, that passes unanimously.
I move that we accept the bid for Information Systems E-Rate Network Switch Upgrade.
I'll second.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Barnett to approve Information Systems E-Rate Network Switch Upgrade. Any discussion to that motion?
I'd like an explanation on the reimbursement, why that happened and how that works.
Hi, I'm Anthony Muto. I'm Network Manager here at Jordan School District. So the reimbursement is, the E-Rate program is a federal program that is run by the federal government, and we apply, when we have big projects like this, we apply to have reimbursement done on, we're eligible for 50% of the cost that we will get back, so we can use for additional projects later on, IT projects. You apply for it, then you send out RFP for bids. You select a bid that you want, then you have to submit that information back to the E-Rate program or to the federal government, and then they will send you back an approval, and then once you get that approval, then you send it your purchase request in and get it purchased. And then once you get it purchased, you have to submit your your tracking and your packing list that you got to prove that you got the equipment, and then you have a certain amount of time to get the equipment installed. And then once it's installed, then you submit for reimbursement.
Okay. And I noticed there was only one bidder on this one. Can you explain why, or what your opinion is as to why there was only one?
So the bidder that was accepted was the only one that basically bid what we were asking for. The other bids did not meet the requirements. Although they were similar, they are basically alternatives that would require additional training and engineering to get to work in our current environment. We are an HP shop, and we've already done all of our training and our engineering with the current staff that we have, and it just makes sense to go that direction with the vendor that is actually bidding what we asked for.
And then what's the scope? I think it said district-wide. So all the schools, all the buildings are going to be touched by this?
So we have over 2,000 network switches throughout the entire district. This is just a handful that are done. So we basically do them in phases. So because it's just to try to do the entire district in a single year is just unrealistic. We can't touch every building and replace that many switches in a single year. So we have to do it in stages, and this will probably be over 2, maybe 3 years.
Okay.
So as equipment expires. So our last project where we did a similar thing, we did it over 3 years. And so we have equipment that is expiring now, and we're working on that equipment that is going end of life and end of support. And we're upgrading to newer equipment that has updated features, updated security features, things like that. And as we replace those, then we'll go to the next phase and replace the next set as they expire and go end of life.
I guess my question is, does the equipment that we're going to receive from this bid cover those 3 years, or is it just that first year?
This is just that first year.
We're going to get a similar bid next year and a similar bid the following year.
Yes. If we can't get it done next year, then there will be a third year, yes.
And is this just for the equipment and we install it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, it seemed like a lot of money for some switches.
Yep,
That's why I was wondering what the scope was.
They're expensive. So this is 900 switches of, just over 2,000. So, yeah. It'll do a good portion of the district, but it won't be able to get all of it.
Can I ask how long the equipment usually lasts? What's the lifespan?
Equipment will usually last. That will usually start going end of sale, end of support after 5 to 6 years. Sometimes you can get a little bit more out of it, but the longer you go, you end up getting more failures and having to replace it sooner anyway. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more questions?
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate the information. All right, any other discussion? Okay. All in favor of accepting the motion for information systems, or the bid for information systems E-rate network switch upgrade, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Seeing no special business items, we will move to agenda item 8, the superintendent's report.
I would just like to thank everyone who has worked on Health and Wellness Day. We start talking about Health and Wellness Day the day after it ends, we start planning for the next year. The board has been an essential support to that effort since the first time we did it, and this is year 4. And that's really exciting. So thank you to the board for supporting this. You received the email today announcing that, and we have a committee that connects with the community and provides additional opportunities. And there are more opportunities for employees than ever before, some really great variety. And we've moved to Mountain Ridge as the central hub for activities, partially because we just couldn't be contained within ASB. It wasn't enough space. Really, it's been a tremendous effort on the part of employees. And I also want to mention that the lesson plans for parents have been sent out today as well. And that is an essential component also of Health and Wellness Day, that there's an age-specific set of lesson plans for every grade level for families to engage around health and wellness. So this is a focus on families connecting to health and wellness as well as our employees. And it's one example of Jordan School District's dedication to putting parents and the family at the center of education. And I'm really thrilled with that curriculum that allows families to explore things together that will help boost health and wellness. Every year I hear positives about that, as well as the positives that we hear about the employee experiences. So lots of people have come together, and the community support is tremendous. The people who want to help and want to be part of this. It's very inspiring how the community comes together to support the employees and families of Jordan School District. So I appreciate your leadership and support as a board in helping this continue. So it's exciting. Take a look at that email. You're all eligible for all the activities. Sign up fast, though. You don't get early access, neither do I. You got to watch for that moment when you get to sign up. Some of that goes fast. So anyway, thank you to everyone who's made this possible.
Very excited to see that roll forth. And I just want to say that in addition to the options increasing every year, I think the video is getting more entertaining every year. And also, one day we were in the drive-thru at Swig, and my daughter was vacillating between her choices, and I said, you know, Dr. Godfrey would recommend the Endless Summer. It's now become a family favorite. So thanks for the recommendation.
Fantastic.
All right, let's move into committee reports and comments by board members.
I do have one item. I am unable to attend the NSBA conference at the 1st of April and would like to request an alternate conference from, I believe I need board approval for that.
Tell us about your conference choice.
It's not finalized yet. However, one of my areas of interest is special education, and there is an LRP conference that came recommended by some of our previous special educators. Some are also attending in our district. It's in Phoenix at the end of April.
I would like to attend this conference also.
All right, board members have any questions about that, concerns?
Oh, and I should say instead of the NSBA conference.
All right.
A blessing.
Sounds like you are good to make those arrangements. We're excited to hear you report back on all the good stuff you learn. I'm a little jealous of this one.
Thank you.
All right. Other committee reports?
I have a report. I have some good news. I have posted on board docs the new alignment in Activities Association, 25 to 27. The good news is the 5, 6A schools in our region, in our district, stay in Region 2. We lose Corner Canyon, and we pick up Cedar Valley and Westlake. But there is some concern that you need to be aware of with this recent realignment. We are now down to 17 6A schools in the state of Utah. That makes it very hard to compete. We have 5 up north. We have Region 2 consists of the Salt Lake Valley, and we're pulling in our 5 schools plus 2 in Eagle Mountain. That leaves the Lehigh schools kind of alone. So we've got 5 up north, 7 in the middle, and 5 down south. And that's kind of creating some challenges as, Region 2 has the most opportunity to play schools from Region 1 and Region 3, and yet what we really need is Region 1 and 3 to play each other, and that's not happening. Looking forward, this board has a dilemma. It seems to me that in the future, it's going to be best for the Utah Activities Association to go back down to 5 classifications and not 6. We just don't have the growth at the 6A level to maintain significant competition at the 6A level. But that means we're eliminating our seat on the Board of Trustees. I am the representative for 6A, and so I just want to make you aware of that 2 years from now, as we realign, if this board takes the position that we're going to recommend eliminating 6A and moving all those schools down to 5A and having 5 classifications, we will eliminate our voice. So just be aware of that. Some challenges that we are facing with growth issues and the lack of 6A schools in the state of Utah.
Question? Why would we not have a voice on 5A?
There is another 5A rep.
We technically don't have a 6A voice. It's elected, right? So
as long as we have an advantage because we have 5 schools. It's voted upon by the 6A schools. So 17 schools. Up north there are 5 6A schools, one from a different division, a different district than the other. So there is no district except for the old Alpine district that has more than 5 votes. And given the split in Alpine, I don't know if they would vote as a group. So it's likely that this board will maintain the 6A seat because we have 5 voting schools, and no other district would have 5 voting schools. But if we push to eliminate 6A, because that's really where we're going in terms of fairness of competition, we would no longer be the 6th. There would be no 6A rep on the Board of Trustees. Right now, Canyons is the one that provides the 5A rep. So no, it's not. It isn't changing, but their rep is changing. But their seat on the board is not new.
I have another question. Who determines the size of the school in the 6A? Is that determined by themselves, or is that a national determination? I can't see anything. I just researched. I couldn't see anything. But couldn't they just reclassify how large 6A schools are?
Of course.
Seems to me that might be a smarter.
Of course. Now, the reality is, here's the challenge. There are some very legitimate 6A schools that have the size, the talent, the bulk, they really do fill a 6A football, for example, roster. Now, if I'm a bubble school, what are the chances I want to play that school? I'm going to injure. We're going to injure our players if we if we play football in that. So those are the challenges. Even if you change the classification, you've still got a discrepancy in some very, very large schools and some that really wouldn't qualify to be in the same league. So it gets really complicated. It's not just a matter of enrollment. We've got 2 brand new 6A schools that clearly don't have things rolling. They don't have the legacy. They don't have the tradition. And yet they're going to be competing against long-standing 6A schools.
So can I make one more recommendation?
Sure.
It seems like one of the things that causes more frustration, anxiety is redistricting regions.
As frequently.
And they do it every 2 years. As soon as they're done with one, they start working on the next one. And it seems to me, before you lose your seat, that you could also advocate to do this less frequently, like every 4 years. Schools change, but not every 2 years. And it seems to me that they're causing a lot of problems in the state that doesn't need to happen as often. If that could be something that we could advocate for. They, of course, need to change, but I think every 2 years is a little overkill.
That's good feedback. What you have on board docs is the previous alignment and the future alignment. So you may be interested in watching which schools moved from 6A to 5A, which schools, you know, there was a time when East High School was competing in football at the 6A level. They're now down in the 4A level. So things change fairly quickly. Fremont has now moved to the 5A. We've lost significant, every time we realign, there's fewer and fewer 6A schools. So just be aware that that is a situation that we as a board are going to need to address within the next couple of years. I intend to rerun for the seat, and that election should occur before any other realignment. That's my report.
Is that in 2 years?
It's next
that
year.
seat comes up?
Yeah.
It's next year?
Yep. There's 18 months left. The election is in about a year.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Other committee reports? I have a few. All right. My probably last government relations report. I've heard back from a few of you regarding the lunch with legislators on the Hill. The 13th of February seems to be the more popular of the dates that I presented at the last meeting. So we will go ahead and schedule for the 13th. Will you please check your calendars and let us know if you are able to attend? And we will make sure that we have an appropriate number of lunches ordered. Then moving on to USBA. This week, USBA held a rally during their day on the Hill. And that kicked off with a flag ceremony and, of course, rally. We were able to be joined by Senate and House leadership, which was really nice. And the Push Pause initiative was the topic. So the Push Pause initiative is a movement to encourage legislators to reduce the number of education-related bills that are passed. I think there was a very positive feeling in the room as we discussed. There were a variety of speakers, from the Teachers of the Year for the state of Utah to Principal of the Year, and some of our USBA leadership. And that is the message that they're asking, that we're grateful for the support. We want the collaboration with the state, but that it can be distracting from our purpose of educating when we're juggling a lot of implementation of new bills. And so that was the message there. Thank you to those who were able to make appearances during the day. I think it was a worthwhile day. Then just a reminder that February 27th is going to be the SBO Day on the Hill. Board members are invited to attend that as well. It's always fun to have our students there, and we have reminded them how imperative their voices are and encourage them to take opportunities to start conversations with their legislators. If you're interested in attending and would like to ride the bus and not deal with parking, which I recommend because it's still kind of a disaster to park up there, be at South Valley. Is it 9 o'clock? I don't know if I got the right time.
And is it the 27th, you said?
That's what I wrote. Did I say it wrong? It's possible.
It's the 27th, and
It's
the
the
South Valley bus
27th.
would leave by 9, so you want to be there maybe just a little bit before that.
Thank you. Be there a little early if you want to board the bus. Right now, I know of 2 that are attending that event. Just let us know so we can plan for you if you're coming. All right, a couple of other things. Just a quick reminder that the Donor Appreciation Luncheon for the Jordan Education Foundation is coming up this week on Thursday at 11:30. That will be held here. If you are able to attend, make sure you RSVP. We've gotten a couple of emails about that. It's always a really nice afternoon to be able to see the incredible work that's happening among our foundation. And then one more that I wanted to bring your attention to is as we attended the Utah School Boards Association conference in January, one of the sessions gives an opportunity for us to learn from other boards. And an idea was brought to our board through that event. Suzanne attended, and they, in another district, they use a sheet to be able to request agenda items. And so each of you have a sheet that I shared with you in your email. This is something that I wanted everyone to take a look at as a consideration. So basically, if you have a request for a future agenda item, you would be able to list that here. We are asking people to try to focus our attention around our strategic goals. So there's a place where you can indicate what area of the strategic goal your agenda item would fall into, and then your reason for why you want that. If you have support of other board members, you are welcome to list it in the next column over. Or if you happen to be on the document and you're like, oh, great idea, I would love to hear about that as well, feel free to add your name to anyone's suggested items. And then the urgency line is important as well. So some of these things are things you'd like to see, but they're not urgent, or if you feel like there's something really pressing. This is just an opportunity for us to corral ideas and also to make sure that everybody feels like they have a really clear voice on the agenda creation. So curious what your feedback is on that, if that's something that we would like to adopt as a board.
It's less formal than you think. Don't worry about checking every box, crossing every T. Just get the idea to the executive committee, and I think that's good. The idea is that it takes 3 board members to get an agenda on item on the agenda. So if you plus any 2 of the executive committee, it's on. A recommendation would be that if you've got something on there, maybe give us a call, talk us through it so we can advocate for it in our meetings. But don't panic if you don't cross every T. It's not as formal as you may think it is. It's just we want to extend an opportunity for every board member to be able to feel like, I'd like to get that on the agenda. I'd like to have a discussion on that.
And of course, if you're not comfortable using it, feel free to call us. We can throw that on anytime. So if this is something that you're interested in trying out as a board, I would just recommend bookmarking this page so you can find it really easily, and feel free to follow up with any member of the executive committee. And a quick correction, you were right, Ms. Dean, I said the wrong date. So it's really February 20th, SBO Day on the Hill. It's funny because I was like, it's funny that it's 27th and 27th, but apparently it wasn't. I was just simplifying in my mind. So.
Can I mention one thing on the
please.
spreadsheet? I'll kind of be the owner of it, as it's the second vice president's responsibility to keep track of these items. So I'll occasionally go in here. If I have questions, I might reach out to the author or the proposer to get some clarification. And it might be wise also, even though there's not a space for it on the spreadsheet, it might be wise to have in mind a motion that you want to make in board meeting related to the agenda item. Yeah,
Good idea. Maybe we should add a column for that.
a proposed motion.
so.
That way you're not necessarily proposing a topic, you're proposing what direction within that topic are you really proposing?
I can add that. I can add another column for the proposed motion.
And can we add multiple strategic plan goals? Because some of these might have 2 or 3, which would be important to consider, I think.
Okay.
It's a good. Currently, the way it's set up, it will only allow 1, but I think in the reasoning, you could add as many as you wanted. Would that work?
I was just thinking adding 2 or 3 more columns.
Oh, that's a good idea. We could do that too. Great feedback. All right, we'll give it a whirl and check back later. See how everybody feels about that. Okay, I think those were all of mine. Did I miss anyone?
Facilities Committee, we haven't met yet as a new committee. In fact, we haven't even been officially notified yet, have we? But I plan on reaching out to Scott Thomas, and I want to sit down with him individually first of all, and then I'll have some guidance for that committee.
Great, I'm excited for the coming committees. All right. With that, I'll accept a motion to adjourn. I don't have to motion.
We are going to.
We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting and move back into our study session after a short break. Welcome back to the study session for the Board of Education. It is still Tuesday, January 28th, and we still have all board members present. We're going to continue our study session. Was that not working? At this time with agenda item F, Board Committee Assignment Review. So attached to board docs is a document that has all of the committee assignments and those that we are requesting fill those assignments. So please feel free to go ahead and open that and be looking over it. One thing that I wanted to bring up at this time, though, is the potential creation of a policy committee. So according to GP 105, our board is responsible for a yearly review of policy that follows a calendar created by the second vice president and the president of the board. And that is something that we always seem to start strong on, and as things speed up and get busy, it tends to slow down a bit. And so I am proposing the creation of a policy committee that can help us to stay on track with this. So here's how it would work in my mind, open to your feedback, but board policies would be reviewed by the proposed policy committee. And then the other policies would be reviewed by staff. So there's a little bit less on that scope of what they'll be looking at. And then both groups would be able to bring back their recommendations after a review. So on our agendas, they could come back and say, we took a minute to review this policy, we noticed this, and are recommending that. So they're not responsible for the decisions of policy. Of course, that's always going to come to the full board, as with all of our committees. But it's an opportunity for us to do a better job of maintaining our policies and I think some other documents. So I'll give you an example. I was recently contacted by the president of another board who was interested in an item that we had in our appendix. And it was an item that we have not used for in the memory of anyone in this room. And so just an example of some of the maintenance that is going undone that we can hopefully clean up and be a little more efficient as a board. And then I just want to point out that this committee will not necessarily just automatically be responsible for new policy creation. As those needs arise, as with all of our committees, as a board, we'll make committee assignments. And if we feel that it's appropriate, it could be assigned to them, or we always have the opportunity to create ad hoc committees if it's going to be a really heavy lift. So, any questions on that? Can I clarify anything, please?
So you said that staff would review some policy as well.
Administrative policies.
Okay, how do you envision us going over the policies? Do you want us to start at the beginning? Do you want us to just be looking at things? How do you see us doing this?
So you would be supplied with a schedule for the year, and then you would, just as a group, look over it, see if anything stands out to you, anything that's outdated. On all of our policies have a review date and adoption date at the top. And so this is just an opportunity for us to make sure that we're catching some of the things that have changed over time. Already tonight, Mr. Dunford has found one that we need to tackle. So, other questions?
I would like to ask that our policy committee also take a look at the board directive paragraph of the administrative policies. Everything else I love that staff will take a look at, but over the years I've noticed numerous discrepancies in the board directive, and incongruities. And so I think that's something that we would like to take a look at as well as a committee.
I really like that idea.
I'd love them to be consistent across the board.
Mr. Van Komen?
I would suggest also A1, the forward, just to bring that up to speed.
Yeah.
Be taking. I don't know that we need to make a motion to put the policy committee in place, but is there anyone who's uncomfortable with that? Okay, great. All right. I'm happy to read all of the committee assignments out loud if anyone would like. Is that necessary for anyone? Any concerns? We can.
I think it needs to for the record, public record. They don't have a.
Okay. Yeah, happy to do that. Let me open it up.
And I have a question. I think it's been explained before, but for the Utah School Board Association, the Region 9 district delegate, that's different than the Region 9 delegate, right? Or
the delegate
or are
at
there
large?
two? So there's the at-large delegate and then there's a delegate.
I am so happy that you're bringing this up. Yes, we have an at-large and a delegate position. So we get 2 votes at the delegate assembly. And at USBA, we talked about it, but maybe somebody else has a better memory than me. I don't know if we formalized that. I actually have a conflict that has come up for me on that day. So I'm glad you mentioned it because I'm wondering if anybody else can serve in that position that day. It is June 9th?
Isn't there an alternate listed?
There are, those were alternates that I just threw out from the people who were talking at the table, but I don't know that we chose any. Yeah, I don't believe we chose any. So on that one, I am happy to change it. It's the 6th, June 6th is the pre-delegate assembly. They do like a dinner and have a speaker usually like from the state level come. And then the 7th is when you actually do the voting. So is anyone available and willing? Daryl, Mr. Robinson, I'm so sorry if I misremembered. We didn't have a form to fill out that day. And so it was kind of a casual conversation. And I was like, who was talking? I don't remember.
That's a hard day for anyone because that's like graduation day hangover.
It's true.
I don't know my plans. I love that meeting.
Which day is graduation? Saturday? Is that Saturday?
No, it's not the day of. He's saying it was like
It's
a
the
hangover
5th.
from
Oh,
it
okay.
just winding
Okay.
up.
The
Because
5th,
suddenly I
but
thought-
I go to the all-night activities with the youth that night, and so 6th I usually move into Rumpelstiltskin, but I can work it out if no one else wants to do it. It is the funnest meeting I think of the year.
Are you voting at that meeting, or it's just the preliminaries up to the vote?
That was a
Voting there.
sarcastic comment.
And it's just voting on the legislative priorities for the following session. So JLC comes together, writes out what their priorities are, and then
This is usually done in August. Why are we doing it in June?
they moved it to June after, well, last year I think was the first year of doing it after receiving feedback that it was too late, that bills were already being written and we were coming to the table too late. And at the request of the legislature, we moved it earlier. And now I was just talking to Lexi Cunningham on Friday, and she was saying that what's happened is other associations and groups have started just adopting our priorities as their own because ours are leading out, which is nice to have more of a fine-tuned message. We know that our legislators get priorities and requests all over the place, and so that has been one good outcome of the decision they made to move it up. But you're right, it is earlier. Okay, so I'm hearing Daryl as a maybe he can. I apologize. I should have had my calendar out when we were chatting.
What was the time frame on that meeting, did you say?
It usually starts, I'm giving you very general because I don't know the specifics, but it usually starts with breakfast. Like, I think it was like 7 or 8 or 9, wasn't
Well,
it?
the Friday meeting is 6.
Oh, in the evening on Friday.
And I will give it, as boring as the meeting is, the dinner is probably worth it.
The dinner is really good. You get dinner
Not
and
necessarily
breakfast.
for people who don't eat meat, though.
Oh yeah, you gotta eat meat on
Fair
that one.
point.
That'll be good for you.
It is
Have
barbecue
like a
usually.
cow and a chicken at the same time.
So is this for the 6th and the 7th?
Yeah, the 6th is more optional, but it's a good meeting, and anyone is welcome to attend, but we only get 2 votes. So if you're tempted by the call of the barbecue. I wrote 9 a.m.
The legislature.
Wow, she's so on point.
And to be honest, sometimes it's nice to have more than 2 delegates there in case someone needs to go out to take a phone call or use the restroom or something and a vote is coming up, then we get to have both of our votes.
Yeah, it is nice.
You could put me as a maybe.
I have 2 maybes. I'll take it. All right, so I'll run through each of the committees and their assignments. We have the Finance and Audit Advisory Committee that will be chaired by Bryce Denford. I have made the decision to go back to what we were doing previously with the chairs of Finance and Facilities being the Executive Committee Vice Presidents. So Bryce Denford sharing that one with members Lisa Dean and Suzanne Wood, and you'll be working with John Larson. Also, in this document, I asked each of the staff members who are the district representation on these committees to write a little paragraph about the responsibilities of the committee. So those are a great resource. Facilities, we have Chair Brian Barnett with members Daryl Robinson, Aaron Barrow, and Scott Thomas as the district representation. Government Relations, a huge thank you to Suzanne Wood for being willing to chair right out of the gate. She's very well qualified and very brave. We appreciate her. And then Daryl Robinson and Nikki George as members. And we'll be working with Mike Anderson. Then the Policy Review Committee, the new one, chaired by Bryce Denford, members Aaron Barrow and Daryl Robinson. And then, of course, we already know Executive Committee. Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee, the liaison, Suzanne Wood. Joint Relations, Education Support Professionals. Thank you, Daryl Robinson, for re-upping. He served in this role already. Jordan Parent Advisory Committee, JPAC, will be Aaron. And then Joint Legislative Committee representative will be Nikki George with alternate Lisa Dean. And then the Licensed Employee Advisory Committee, LEAC, which I have already started receiving emails in hopes that we can make this a bigger presence this year. And Lisa Dean will do a great job bringing those voices in more frequently and take those opportunities. Then we have organizations that have board representation. So Jordan Education Foundation, Lisa Dean, and alternate Daryl Robinson. PTA representative Aaron Barrow and alternate Suzanne Wood. Then Redevelopment Agency taxing entity. I didn't speak to you guys about this because it came up later, but this is traditionally just the Finance Committee, so we added names in there. So Bryce Denford, working with John Larson, and then alternates Lisa Dean and Suzanne Wood. Salt Lake Academy Board, Daryl Robinson is already serving on that board, and then Brian Barnett replacing Marilyn. High School Activities Association Board of Trustees. So Bryce Dunford filling the rest of Marilyn's term, and then it will be an elected position from there. And then Utah School Boards Association, the Region 9 Board of Directors will be me. And then delegate at large are question marks still, but probably either Daryl or Aaron after you guys get a chance to look at your schedules. And then the Region 9 District Delegate, Lisa Dean. And then we have Parks and Recreation. Thank you, Lisa, for continuing on in that role. She's been serving
No,
there.
thank you. I love this role.
It was hard for me to give up.
You have a good attitude. We're grateful for you. And really bad formatting, you guys. Sorry about that. But Portrait of a Graduate, I will continue on that committee. And then replacing Tracy, Brian is going to step in. So, right. Questions, conversation there? Great. Well, I really want to say thank you to each of you for being willing to serve in those roles. It is a way that we can reduce our meeting length and a way that we can come better prepared to our meetings. So the work that you do on those committees is essential. All right, with that, let's move to agenda item G, the legislative review with Mr. Barnett and Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I wanted to begin by saying this is, as it says on the agenda, it's meant for information only. There are 19 bills listed here that as a district we're interested in. We want to watch and see how they do, because they have an impact on how we run the school district. And we have highlighted, I think, 5 of them. They have an asterisk in the tab at the bottom of this shared document. I also want to mention that this is a draft document, a working document. It's not something that we're going to be publishing until I don't know if we ever publish it, but it's just a working document where as a board we can keep some notes. I did want to go through at least the 5 or 6 that have an asterisk. This agenda item isn't intended to go through all 16 of these items in depth, or we wouldn't make our bedtimes tonight.
Or tomorrow.
Or tomorrow. So, as I guess my recommendation, and I think I made this recommendation via email earlier, is if there is a bill that's of personal interest to you, the recommendation is that you do some research on your own. And then if you have questions, Mike is a good resource. Mike and John, both of them are usually pretty up to speed. They're in contact with a lot of the legislators, and if they're not in touch with them, they can get in touch with them and ask these types of questions, rather than spend 3, 4, 5 hours in here with us kind of guessing. I did want to, as I mentioned, just go through 5, I think, that Mike highlighted as maybe the most important to us. The first one is HB 42, Perucci and Baldry. This is a bill that establishes an emergency fund for school districts who have high rates of increase in ELL students or English language learners, which we do have in our district. We have, if you look in the notes section, there were some numbers run, and half of our schools, if this bill were in place now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, half of our schools would qualify for this funding if it were in place right now.
Yeah, as it was written prior to today, that would have been accurate. However, today it was heard in committee this afternoon, just moments before our board meeting began. And the thresholds have changed a little bit. The funding levels went from $5 million to $500,000.
Just a little change.
The threshold of 50% increase over the last 3 years has now changed to 75% increase over the last 3 years. It probably, you know, as a function of the money available being so diminished. Now that's I've been told that's a number they hope to increase, the funding part anyway, and the information that we have on there. If there was a school that had, you know, each year an increase of 49, 71, and 93 students, ELL students over the course of the last 3 years, that would be about 51% on average. So the increase of 51 average to 93 students is 82%. So many of our schools in the district would still qualify even at the 75% threshold. So there are some changes there. It passed out of the House committee unanimously. There was no opposition to it even in the comments today. So that's the latest. Things move quickly on bills, and here's a perfect example of how things can turn. Yeah.
Great discussion with Representative Perucci at our legislative breakfast, and I saw some things in her and in this bill that I was very pleased. So we just had a great discussion with her.
We expressed appreciation to the bill's sponsor, Representative Perucci, as well. I mean, the intent here is really good, and it's a result of constituents within our district reaching out to her, expressing concern about the massive increase. So this is a stopgap measure. It doesn't mean that other schools that have large numbers of EL students don't need additional funding and additional support. This is just intended to target the high growth EL schools.
And I asked her, I said, are you looking at the big picture? Are you looking at why are they coming to Utah? What's the incentive to come to Utah? And is that something that we can address on a state level? And they very much are looking at all of that. This is an example of where Utah's goodness has attracted a lot of people. And how do you feel bad about that? You can't feel bad about that. But it does create some situations where, you know, I think as a state we need to be aware of, you know, at what point does this become unsustainable? And I was just really interested to see if they were looking at that big picture, and they very much are. At the state level, they are.
Any other input on that? Let's go to HB 267. This one is public sector labor union amendments. Some of you may have heard some rumors about this. Representative Tusher and Colomore, is he in the Senate?
Senate sponsor, correct.
This bill, I'm going to read the summary. This bill is aimed at banning collective bargaining across all of Utah's public sectors. The bill would not prevent public employees from joining or forming unions, but it would prohibit government employers from, quote, recognizing a labor organization as a bargaining agent. The bill would restrict using unions and associations from using public resources by prohibiting employees from receiving paid leave and union activities. JLC opposed it strongly. It looks like, and this was already heard in the House.
Yeah, I passed out of committee 11-4. It was heard on the House on Monday. Yep. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I keep saying Monday as if it were like a few days ago. No, it was yesterday. The days meld together during the session. It's hard to keep track. So, it did pass narrowly out of the House. Ms. Barrow was actually on the House floor during that vote.
That was really fun. I got to sit next to Tracy and hear all that debate. It was a really great experience.
It's on to the Senate. I think it's Business and Labor Committee. I can't remember. It's not the Senate Ed Committee, but it's Senate Business and Labor. That could be heard as soon as tomorrow. I have heard that it's likely to be amended. Likely to be amended. maybe to make it more palatable for some of the Senate, and it would have to come back to the House for concurrence.
And either Mike or John, could you just quickly let us know how that, if it passes, how that changes or things for us as a district?
It would simply mean that if we're not obligated, or we can't collectively bargain with the group, unless something changes in the bill that would ban that. And then it would also require us to either, if they were interested in using a building or a room, to work with them on, and wouldn't be able to give them access to it unless it was something that the board was able to carve out and say that was okay. There are stipulations there.
Any other questions on this one?
I think one more thing is in the intent of the sponsor of this bill was that if you did away with the incentive to join a union or an association of some sort, the bill also does provide professional liability insurance for those employees that they could opt into. So if the number one reason for them joining an association was for the protection and the insurance coverage, there would be a state-owned, state-operated insurance group that teachers could buy into at a substantially lower rate than a union dues or association dues would be. That's again coming straight from the testimony during the committee hearings.
Okay.
So would this bill also apply to USBA?
No, because they don't collectively bargain with anybody.
Okay.
It doesn't disband
Associations.
public groups and public associations. It just prevents them from doing collective bargaining, and holds them to the same stipulations as other groups would be for renting and using taxpayer-funded facilities.
Potential litigation in this bill. Have any other states done this?
You know what? It's a good question. I haven't kept track of other states and what they've been doing with it. I can
Kind of a bizarre bill.
I remember on the floor, Representative Tusher did mention other states
That
have
done.
taken away collective bargaining, but nothing like explosive, at least he has said, has happened in those states. I don't remember what states he said that, though, they've done.
From what I understand, North and South Carolina do not have unions.
sounds
And I
familiar.
believe Texas does not for teachers. The Carolinas haven't for some time.
And as a reminder, Utah is a right-to-work state, which means you can't be compelled to join a union or an association, unlike other states that sometimes if you're part of the employee group, you have to be part of the union or the association.
Okay. And like I said, we'll be keeping track.
Van Komen has a comment.
Go ahead, Paul.
Under
Mr.
current law, everybody could approach you and try to negotiate their contract on their own. You don't have to agree to whatever is negotiated. It's just extremely inefficient. And anyway, nobody's forced to agree to something. They can always try to negotiate their own contract.
Very good. HB 281, Health Curriculum and Procedures Amendments. Requires school mental health workers to obtain written parental consent before providing counseling, etc. The bill limits the scope of school counselors, psychologists, and social workers, primarily focusing on academic advising and potentially hindering their ability to address students' mental and emotional well-being.
This bill is still in rules. It has not been heard, but the concerns, as we've looked at it, so there are some concerns, some questions that we have regarding it, mainly around the ability to narrowly focus the school mental health services that we have. It would require mental health workers in the schools to provide a written summary to parents that very day and basically in the moment, which could have a chilling effect on students' feeling willing to come and talk to their mental health providers in the school, and the counselors, psychologists, and social workers that we have. It could increase the workload and the stress on school staff, and really just we're wondering about and worried about creating barriers to access necessary support for students in the mental health area.
I have a question. How is this different than the FERPA? I mean, when I read this, it seems like schools already require parents to sign a permission.
Yeah, my understanding is we do have a consent to counsel form that we have to send home. School counselors can meet with the student the first time, and at the student's request, and talk about things. But if they want to continue talking with certain topics with the student, they have to send home a consent to counsel form. We've referred to it as a FERPA, but really it's a state level guidance. So federal is FERPA, and state level is, we have our own laws governing that. So it's a consent to counsel form, and it just acknowledges that the parent knows that the student is going to be talking with the counselor or the psychologist and so forth about it. This law would really drill down to very specifics and even topic by topic menu items that the counselor or the psychologist would be allowed or not allowed to talk to the student about. And so you could have a mental health worker that has to open up a sheet and say, all right, as we're meeting, we can't talk about that one because that's prohibited. Or they have to be checking as they go to see what they can or can't talk to them about. And then have to write a report immediately to the parents afterwards to let them know what was talked about.
And is the motivation behind this? People are concerned about some of the topics that are being discussed. I'm guessing that would be am I off base here, or is that?
No, well, it's hard to speak to motive. I haven't heard it spoken to in the committee. Haven't talked to the sponsors of the bill. Like I said, it's still in rules, but my guess is that there's some concern out there about the topics that are potentially talked about with mental health providers.
Even after a consent form has
Correct.
already been signed. So
Yes.
It's saying, regardless of what kind of consent a parent has given, you cannot talk to a student or listen to a student talk about any of these topics.
That's right, and they would have to check that for each student to see what parents have allowed or what not allowed.
So the parent can choose. So there's not like some topics that are carte blanche, no way a counselor can speak about this.
There are already topics like that. I mean, I think the scope of school mental health access and provision is much narrower than your general mental health providers. So we already have some areas that we have to abide within some parameters, but this would go and drill down much more specific.
So it would involve putting different topics on the consent form.
Yes.
Okay. And okay, thank you.
Okay. SB 102, Public Education Funding Modifications by Senator Fillmore. This hasn't gone to committee yet then, Mike, do you know?
It has not.
I remember Senator Fillmore talked about this when he came and met with us with the Government Relations Committee.
It has gone to the Senate Ed Committee, and it passed out of Senate Ed Committee, yesterday. So this bill, and John can speak to this, he's weighed in on it and has had looked at it a little more carefully. But this bill would basically, there are line items that the Education Appropriations Committees have to approve each year. Some of those include Beverly Taylor Sorensen for the arts line item for budgets, dual language immersion, digital teaching and learning. Those are line items that have to be specifically talked about and approved each year. This bill would take those line itemed budget items and roll them up into what we call the flexible allocation budget. It's a bucket that's much more as the name implies, much more flexible, and So some of those line items that are very near and dear to the hearts of kids and provide awesome opportunities and experiences for them would be rolled into that. I think the fear is that those would be in jeopardy of going away because they're no longer specifically carved out for funding. Did I miss anything there, John? Would you add anything to that? Okay. So yes, that passed out 4-1. I think one way to say it is JLC took a position of overwhelming oppose. I think if there was the intent of the bill's sponsor is to give more flexibility to school districts, and his thought process is, well, rather than have to fight and scrap for these every year, let's just roll them into the flexible allocation, and they're there so that you can do what you want with them. Yeah, you can continue Beverly Taylor Sorensen, you can continue DLI, you can continue digital teaching and learning, but that would be up to the LEA governing boards to decide that. The downside to that is people fear, well, that flexible allocation could also be on the chopping block during an economic downturn. The same could be true for all of the other line items as well. So it could be perceived as short-term pain and getting rid of those line items, but in the long term, maybe some more flexibility for school districts. But the concern is there's just not a lot of confidence that would turn out that way, I think, and hence you see the vote in JLC as such an overwhelming to the opposed. Does that make sense?
Would this be an example of returning control locally? The state relinquishing control and making it more of a local control issue? Is that?
I believe that's the intent of the bill sponsor, to do exactly that, to give them more, put it all into one bigger bucket that's more flexible than to just worry about individual buckets and line items that have to be approved and on a regular basis. It also, I should add, I'm not doing, there is a provision for, it's a sunset provision that each line item would have to go through automatically after a certain number of years.
This doesn't just remove switch the funding, rather. It also eliminates all the requirements surrounding each of these line items. And if the bill sponsor desired to overcome the concerns with the flexible spending, he could put it into the WPU. That has its own challenges, of course.
This bill is probably the bill I've heard the most from my constituents about. Butting this up right next to fees. It's scary timing for people.
What intrigues me about this bill is it is an effort to eliminate a lot of extra work and a lot of extra oversight and direction from the state. And my guess is, and this is just ironic, and this isn't on the sponsor at all, but my guess is this year alone, we will get this many new programs again.
But it is an effort to take out some of the bureaucracy, some of the overhead, and return some of the control back to the LEAs.
As long as we can safeguard the money somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I was texting with some of the senators that are on this committee looking at this bill, and one response was very much like, well, they'll still have the funding, so if your district cuts your stuff, that's on them. So I feel like they're passing the buck to us, and I don't know how I feel about that. But I was curious what the digital teaching and learning, does that include like our digital high school like that we saw tonight, the middle school? Like, is that kind of funding?
The high school is not funded through digital teaching and learning. That's a separate office that resides in teaching and learning.
Okay.
Yeah.
And smaller districts are impacted differently.
Yep,
They just aren't able to do, when the money isn't set aside, the allocation will change. So for a large district, we will still be able to make the choice to support the programs that we value. So there is added flexibility with little cost to us as a large district. The small districts, when it's per pupil, there won't be enough to do everything that they used to do. So that's a shift as well.
Last one, SB 178, Devices in Public Schools, also by Senator Fillmore. I read through this, Mike, and I wasn't quite sure what he was changing here, because this is from last year as well, right?
Actually, this came out, I think, earlier this year, like a draft of it, and so it hasn't been heard in the legislative session. It was talked about a lot over the interim and talked about an interim session, so that's probably why it feels like it's already been around for a while. But the gist of the bill is that the sponsor of the bill, Senator Fillmore, this bill would require LEA boards, governing boards such as yourself, to either establish a policy surrounding cell phones as we have, or refer back to this policy as the baseline. Like, if you don't have a policy about cell phones, this is your new policy. LEAs can create their own policies on how phones are governed. He's given that carve out, but in this policy, the default would be that you don't have a phone during the class, during school time at all. There are exceptions to that you can see in the bill's language. There, for school safety reasons, for imminent threats and so forth. There are exceptions carved out there. But it would, and you can use the phones during lunch, recess, and after school activities if it's part of the approved curriculum and if they're allowed by the board.
So if this...
Yeah, that was a little bit of a change there, an add. Yep, I think there was some current concern about not allowing students to use it for safety reasons and so forth. So it's changed a little bit. But for us, our purposes, I think it's just instructive that we've already created a cell phone policy, that this bill would, we've
Or in
met
compliance,
yep,
as it's currently written.
Because a board can create their own policy.
Very good. I appreciate all the work Mike puts into this. It's somewhat overwhelming, but that's where Mike thrives, in overwhelming situations.
I don't know about that.
It was talk that Senator Fillmore was going to run a bill that would limit our health and wellness day. Did that ever?
I haven't seen that yet. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we made our opinions pretty clear on that, and I haven't seen anything yet. Not saying it's not coming, and not saying it couldn't happen, but I haven't seen one yet. I should have. I just barely added a bill that came out today. It was just numbered. It's the one we've been long talking about, and that's HB 344. I should have marked that with an asterisk. That is the new fee bill, and under this bill, I've put some notes on HB 344. Some highlights are that it has a new definition for extracurricular activities. You can see how it defines them on that bill. There's not a link to it just yet. One of the biggest changes in this bill is that it would require a fee-free pathway for all high school students. In other words, as a student, you would need to be able to go through, starting next year, not this fall, but the following, you would need to be able to go through high school.
Not elect to pay a fee.
And you could go through and take classes where you wouldn't pay a fee at all. Not to say, that's you just have a pathway and an option to be able to do that. You can always elect to do things and pay for classes, but there needs to be a way you could not do that. This bill doesn't allow for fees for textbooks, with some exceptions. School equipment, instructional supplies, and what they are referring to as common, in air quotes, common education expenses. That's defined in the bill. And you can now charge, and in this bill, it's clarified that you can charge for expenses related to specific programs, such as field trips, instrument rentals. You can pay for post-secondary related school experiences like AP, IB, concurrent enrollment. The extracurricular in general can be charged fees for. Driver education can be charged a fee. And then there are other things, licensing requirements. Think plays and other intellectual property if that's involved in the activity, you can charge a fee for that. And then on discretionary projects, if you're in a class that the baseline project is just part of the class, but you want to upgrade, if you want to upgrade from the birdhouse to the doghouse, you would be able to be charged a fee for that upgraded project, if that makes sense.
So when it says core academic curriculum, so we require fine arts credit, we require CTE credit. Does that count as a core academic curriculum?
It's one of the areas that we would, the feedback that I've been able to give to the bill sponsor is actually we'd like to see CTE classes more specifically defined as whether we can or cannot. Because in the bill, it does stipulate social studies, language arts, science, math. Those are the core classes that the bill actually outlines as classes that cannot be charged a fee for. Unless they fall under one of those categories of post-secondary. Yeah, science is part of that, yes.
Science is, we
Right.
can't charge fees.
Yeah, correct. Unless it's an AP class or a concurrent enrollment class or something like that. hmm There are exceptions. So one of the other things that I think for us, and chime in, John, if you, is it would be really nice to get an extension on the implementation date. Right now, schools, you'll be hearing about fees in a very short order coming to you to be approved. And it would be nice if these are the changes that are going to be made to allow all school districts to operate under this and postpone the implementation date overall until next school year, so that we're not operating on last year's bill and approving it right now. For next year, we're able to operate off of this. Just give us another year. That's something I've asked for a couple times for the bill sponsor to consider. Haven't seen anything to date. So
The notes where it says that it should be postponed, that's not a part of it.
no,
That's just
some ideas. Is that it would be nice to be able to be postponed. I would like it to be more specific about CTE courses and what we can and can't charge there. And then Representative Tracy Miller has a bill that would allow for fine art electives to charge fees. And one of the questions I have is just how does that concur and coordinate with this bill? And it's just a question I would ask the bill sponsor. So.
From your experience, Dr. Anderson, how much time does the legislature, the state, usually give for districts to implement things? I'm just curious.
It depends. The two common implementation dates are the beginning of May, which I think a lot of state laws go into place after that. That gives the time for the governor to sign it and people to prep for it. And then July 1, which is the fiscal year. So those are the two most common implementation dates that I'm aware of. And it's always a good thing to keep in mind and watch for those. So.
The answer is not enough.
Is there a fiscal note attached to this at all? It's all on us?
Fiscal note on
Yeah,
it.
I don't think they've published that just yet. So.
Is someone warning the retired people on fixed incomes that this is coming?
I will.
Because they're going to show up to all the tax hearings, and it'll be too late. I just worry that no one's speaking. No one's saying, "Hey, this bill is going to affect you."
This bill was just introduced today. This is the very first day that the public's been made aware of it, and that it's been numbered. So hopefully that word can start to get out, because we're facing millions of dollars in shortfall revenue from gathering the fees, and the idea of reducing the rate and lowering or broadening the base is all well and good, but to your point, not everybody wants to pay for class fees that are covered by the individual student for use fees as part of use fees.
It's similar to taking gas fees away and putting it to everybody. We have gas tax that, I don't want to say punish, but allows people who drive a lot to build those roads. But if we took those, let's take gas tax away. That sounds great. We all love that, right? But it goes somewhere, and so then we level it to everybody, and now people who don't drive have to pay that fee. That's exactly what we're doing here.
Which is why they're looking at, for example, doing away with the electric car benefit, because electric cars don't use gas, but yet they use the road.
Correct.
I think zooming out, big picture, it appears as though there is going to be a lot of discussion around another income tax cut but maybe by 0.05, 5 increments. And they're looking at doing away with the Social Security tax on benefits for the elderly. We're one of only a few states, if I understand it correctly, that do tax Social Security benefits. So those are just two things as you're talking. The other big picture item is it's being looked at as a session with with some one-time money, but the revenue outlook is not super rosy.
Which is also a smoke and mirrors kind of situation legislators do. They always lower that income tax because the your income goes up, the tax goes up, they collect more, and they sound really nice that they're lowering our taxes over and over and over again, but all they're doing is lowering what they stole from us in the first place.
I'm curious if we have ideas of ways to share a little education on any of this or interest among the board. One idea that comes to my mind is we have a board newsletter that we could use to help educate if the board was interested.
So a board member from another district sent me a video that their district had put together. I shared it with Daryl, and it was very informative and simple, and I think something like that, if it wasn't too...
You need to be careful because if you're talking about a political activity, I could look up the word, you're not supposed to use your funds to influence one way or the other. So you individually have free speech rights. When you start expending district information on legislation, you could get in trouble for that.
So this video was mostly about how public education is funded. You know what I mean? Like how it's funded, because it
would be nice, like
propaganda.
As Lisa said, it would be nice to have a series of videos that we can point our patrons to about how our tax is being collected. I mean, it really frustrated me when Lincoln Fillmore in his town hall says, if you don't like your property tax, go talk to your school board. I don't make the decision to fund education out of the property tax. He does. And yet he wants to throw it back to us and say, well, so those information videos would be really good to say your legislators decided that this is how we're funding education. And it has no increase in it. So we have to go out and lie to you and say we're raising your taxes when all we're really doing is putting that inflation increase in that it's given to other people. But that's what I really think is critical, is that we explain our position of where our taxes and where it goes and those kinds of things, because there's all kinds of misconceptions out there. And I'll tell you, I was the first. I sucked into that. I believed that. I thought our district was building Taj Mahal schools and our people were being, paid way too high, and I just believed all the trash that's out there. I didn't realize we are the lowest funded education state in the union, and we are in one of the lowest districts. You can't get much better than where you're at right now. And I think we've got to do a better job at educating people outside of these bills, and outside of a truth in taxation. We just have to make that a bigger priority to educate people how lucky we are to have what we have. Sorry for the rant. I don't know if that's in Robert's rules that I can rant.
That might be in Robinson's rules.
Robinson's rules. Let's make that an amendment.
You can do informative. You just have to be careful as to what your message is, that it's not on a referendum. There's certain things that you can't expend your money on. So I'm just saying you can educate, you can talk, but you can inform, you can do all that. I think that's
we
okay.
could talk about what are school fees, how are they used, but not what's being taken away by a specific bill.
I think you have a fair amount of flexibility when it's not a ballot proposition or a referendum or against a particular person. Just because if it's not going to the voters, you have more say that you can say certain things. That's why you can influence legislation and ask people to do things. But just be aware that you don't have carte blanche depending upon what it is. It's fact specific.
Well, that's what I was just thinking. The facts, we can say the facts are this: when the state legislature cuts income tax, then we need to raise property taxes. And we can even show that states that have no income tax have exorbitant property taxes. And that's just the facts. We don't have to say, you know what, write this legislator a letter and go stand on his lawn, or whatever.
Absolutely.
We don't have to do that, but I feel like just the facts are informative, and people can draw their own conclusion. They can decide, well, I would rather have exorbitant property taxes, or I would rather have exorbitant income tax and no property. People get to have their own opinion about what is shown.
I would love to have Government Relations Committee come to the board with a recommendation on how to educate our taxpayers.
And I feel like right now during this session, for government relations, it might be a bit much, but I would love that too.
This likely will be a bill discussed this Friday in JLC. I hope it is. I hope it's the first, and we talk about it as long as we need to, because this has the potential to change and disrupt and alter the way boards work this year more than anything. And it will fundamentally shift the way we've been doing business in education for many, many years. So this one, to me, is, if there's a priority bill to watch and to focus on and talk about in our councils and so other groups, this is the bill, because it just impacts every person in our district potentially.
And I predict 20 years from now, we'll cycle back. We'll come back and say, hey, shouldn't users pay the fees? And we'll reinvent student fees as a viable solution.
And I know, I just want to, you can do, I think, pretty much whatever you've said here. You just need to be careful. Keep that in mind. So I think you could say, hey, if this happens, this is what happens to us. I think you could even be somewhat specific, because these aren't going to the voter. I mean, you could inform them. So I just don't want to say anything is off the table that you've suggested.
And I think it's worth mentioning that, look, I think the discussions we've had around the board table here has been, we're not necessarily arguing that fees should be charged for registration and for core classes. The argument centers around, well, how do we pay for this? How do we get backfilled? How do we be kept whole? And are we going to have to go out for truth and taxation just to make up for the lost revenue in fees for registration and core classes? Which is what, John, around $2 million is our shortfall in that? 2.5, and then if extracurricular were added in there, which it's not in this bill, but if it were, that would be many times that. So, yeah, $2.5 million is that's a good chunk of change. So over the course of the next 38 days, to be exact, several weeks of the session, please feel free to reach out. I'm happy to answer what I can on bills as they come up. We try to keep tabs on things as best we can, but there are hundreds and hundreds of bills to track. Many of them, as you know, are education related, so we'll do our best to keep track.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. That's all I had, President.
I'm just going to cycle back real quick. Way more than 2.5, right? We've got registration fees at $2 million, curricular fees at 2.2, and state funding 1.5 is what they're giving. So, in the way things stand now without this bill. So, that was from our flyer that we shared at our breakfasts. Okay, great. Agenda item H, a review of our Utah School Boards Association conference. So those who attended, if you'd like to take a few minutes to share some of your takeaways, and we really appreciate those of you who are willing to dedicate the time away from family to go and become a trained board member who is more effective at your job. So thank you to those of you who were able to attend. Anyone want to share?
I'll go. I wrote down some thoughts from my notes of things that I really enjoyed. But one thing in particular that was said by Miss Dean while we were at the conference was to just kind of go into each class with an open mind and see what you can learn. And I used that in a few of the classes. I was sitting there at first thinking, what are they talking about? I'm like, no, I could find something. And I was able to find tidbits here and there. And so I really did enjoy the conference. There was a special education class, which I really liked, and it opened my eyes up to this area of our schools. And I don't have personal experience with special ed, and so I really appreciated the class. And it has compelled me to want to go and observe our special ed classrooms and see what's going on, what our wonderful teachers are doing there. I liked the breakdown of the legislation process they talked about and how board members can and should get involved. And I really appreciated a class called Live Well, Lead Well that emphasized encouraging and helping our administrators create healthy growth mindset environments for our teachers and staff so that we can have that trickle-down effect in our schools. So it was a really good conference.
I have 3 takeaways I'll highlight. I'm definitely interested in discussing more from our experts in the district about PBIS, the positive behavior intervention and support, and what that is looking like in our schools, how we can promote that to all students. I also found the Teacher Believed in Me class interesting, and I'm curious how this might be a supportive resource for us and the Portrait of a Graduate. And then lastly, also, as with Ms. Barrow, the special needs population, to ensure that we're optimizing all the resources available to our students and families. It was very informational for me to hear directly from the leaders over the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind, and some of the challenges in getting things brailled for students. And I don't know how many students we have in our district who have that need, but it definitely shined a light on it for me. I appreciated that.
I'm happy to share some of my takeaways from the Utah School Board Association conference. And I really appreciated the breakout session on the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind. I had no idea everything that they did and the resources that they provide for smaller school districts and rural school districts. And I didn't realize that it was for children from birth to, was it 23 or 22? I can't remember, but 22. And anyway, I really am happy that we have this kind of support in our state. I went to a really interesting class breakout on drug testing in high school athletics, and the principal of Rich High School, he made this mandatory drug testing in all of the athletics, and it was mandatory at the beginning of the year or at the beginning of the season, and then it was random every two, I think before every competition, and so people didn't know if they were going to be tested, and how that completely changed the climate of the school. It was, I don't know how a school district or even a high school as big as the high schools we have in Jordan could do it. I mean, it costs a lot for the testing kits, but it was just an interesting idea. I really liked hearing about their experience. And then also listening to Rachel Terry. What is her title again? She's the
Director of Risk Management.
Director of Risk Management.
Yeah, Director of Risk Management. it is fascinating what risk management covers and what they do and how they figure out claims and the things that are going on in the state. And I also learned a lot in the special education class, a lot that I didn't know. Anyway, I thought it was a really good conference, and I'll stop right there.
This side of the room want to share anything?
I did really appreciate the presentation from the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind. I learned a lot there and had always heard a little bit about it here and there and knew that we were in a unique situation because we're a larger district and had relied on their services less. But it was really good to understand what they do at a deeper level. And then I went to a couple of different sessions that showed more of a systems approach and some procedural school-wide or district-wide methods of measuring success and really kind of standardizing procedures. And it was interesting. It's not that I would want to emulate all of the things that I saw, but there were elements that were thought-provoking. So it's always good to feel like you're having an opportunity to learn from people that are nearby before you travel far and wide to learn from others, because there are a lot of great examples locally. Plus, I think it was confirmed by an Alpine School District member and others who were very complimentary of our Mountain Ridge High School madrigals, who really swept everyone off their feet. And
They were amazing.
Did a tremendous job. Yeah.
What was the best he had ever heard? Was
Yeah.
that the comment?
He was conducting. He said that was I think he said impactful.
Yes. It was wonderful.
I was very proud of them, and I've been watching because it goes alphabetically. So, you only get an opportunity every. I mean, it's a long time in between chances to have a choir come.
Swing big when
And
the
I
pitch
was
goes across the
and I
floor.
was looking forward to that. I could see that ball coming over the plate for a few years, so it's exciting to get to take advantage of that.
Quick comment about Mountain Ridge High School madrigals. I absolutely loved the performance, and I really admired and respected a phenomenal teacher who put the entire emphasis on the kids. He is phenomenal in his own right, and yet that performance, he put the entire focus on the kids from start to finish, and I loved it. Couple classes I'll highlight that haven't been talked about already. One that I went to, a little different, but there was a class on a Smile Dental survey.
I went to that one too. I thought, should I bring that one up? It was fascinating, wasn't it?
It was quite fascinating, and I have meant, if Mike Haynes is listening, but I've meant to talk to just see if we're doing something of this nature. We do a lot of things for students in need, and they went over a lot of statistics and a lot of things about oral health and how that gets overlooked. And I wondered about toothbrushes being put inside the little weekend backpacks or something. But that was very fascinating about oral health being important for education. And then there was some, I've got to go to the legal issues things, and I learn about all kinds of stuff that, okay, got to work on that. And then the special education one was very fascinating to me, and one aspect I wanted to highlight of it was that the session I went to, they focused on that it's not for quick short-term results, but the long-term results and success of the student long-term. Not something to see today or tomorrow, but the long-term success of the student. And I've thought many times in my career, if people thought more long-term, I think a lot of people would make different choices rather than short-term. So that just rang very true with me and very appropriate, that we're interested in the long-term success of every student.
I will just really quickly highlight one class that hasn't been mentioned. I got to listen to Uinta School District present on how they do their teacher evaluations. And knowing that we have been kind of looking at how that happens in our district, it was really interesting to see a different approach. And ironically, I was in that class with a Jordan teacher, and she couldn't stop texting me through the whole thing. This would be so great. So it was fun to see that enthusiasm and how applicable it felt. All right, with that, let's go ahead and take a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and/or security.
I second.
Have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Wood to go into closed session, and I'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Barnett,
Yes.
Mr. Demford,
Yes.
Ms. Barrow,
Yes.
Mr. Robinson,
Yes.
Wood, Ms. Dean,
Yes.
and I am also a yes, so we are in closed session. Thank you for attending tonight.